welcome to the 2023 PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, PL versus SEA, and I'm your host for today, Kyril, joining alongside Contra as your analyst for this whole tournament.
Yeah, and we have a lot of amazing action-packed games coming your way as we will have all these Titans getting ready to brawl. And of course, we'll give you guys the rundown of everything that has to do with these teams over the course of these upcoming 3 days. But Kyril, of course, welcome to the English Desk for the very first time.
Thank you.
I want to check on you for a little bit. How exactly are you feeling today?
I'm feeling a bit nervous, but I feel like I would deliver still for you guys today who have joined us to watch the biggest fight, can say, of all time, because there's been debate around which regions are better. Like, is it the C teams or the PL teams? And it is time for us to finally know from the battlefield itself, from the results and performance, who will be on top on the overall rankings for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a never-ending argument when it comes down to which region is the strongest. And this is just SEA as well as PEL. There's also the rest of the world, which they will eventually face off when the PMGC comes. And I think that this is the perfect platform for them to at least get the engine running before PMGC happens.
Exactly, like this is a place for them to do a trial and error to make sure everything will turn out good during PMGC in terms of their strategies and how they take on team fights and skirmish, maybe early fight for their drop spots. This will be the right place for them to do it. But gotta ask you something before we start on the serious topic. Which team do you feel like from PL would give a good fight?
Well, it's such a tough question because I feel like there's a lot of all these names that have been around the scene in the PL that have shown so much strength. Like Titan Esports Club, you have players like Suki that's been playing in so many international tournaments. I think they're definitely one team to look out for. And of course, Weibo Gaming, they're also another scary team. Now they're also joined by Tianba and many more. But this is going to be the rundown for the entire weekend.
Yep, starting off from 20th of October and up until 22nd of October, we will have 3 days tournament, and each day all the teams will be playing 6 matches per day. And for the point system, for the winner chicken dinner team will gain 10 points, and for the second place team will gain 6 points, and it will minus 1 point up until 7th place, and the 8th place team will also earn 1 point, but unfortunately for the 9th place up until 16 will not gain any points. And this is going to be hard for the teams that cannot consistently survive each and every game that they play. And on top of that, 1 elimination is equivalent to 1 elimination point.
Yeah, I feel like this point system is very fair for teams who have a mixed balance of aggression to be displayed as well as some tactics to be involved. And of course, speaking of participating team, we start with Southeast Asia. There's only going to be 1 representation coming in from Malaysia. That will be Sem9, one of the top dogs of the region. And they're also joined by Thailand's finest with XERXIA, FaZe Clan, as well as Vampire Esports. From Indonesia, we have the champions of PMSL, Alter Ego. Alongside with us, we Conrad Villains, also with PJ EV, and not forgetting MORPY GPX.
Yep, but on the other side, from PL, we have Titan Esports Club, Weibo Gaming, Suzhou Tianba, K1 Esports, TeamPAI Esports Club, Thundertalk Gaming, LGD-GAMING, and Wolves Esports. One fun fact about Wolves, this is their 2nd appearance for PMRC, because the previous year from last year, they were known as SMG.
Wow.
Still moving under Gunfire, but now rebrand to Wolves. But then we can see from their lineup, still have their main players here like Beautiful and Pick Feet. But for today's matches, we will start off the day with Sanhok and follow up by 3 maps of Erangel, and we will end it with 2 maps of Miramar.
And this is where we're going to be looking at the clash of styles, because we know the PL region to be very, very formula based when it comes down to their rotations. When you put them into a map like Sanhok, I feel like this is going to be very chaotic, especially with Southeast Asia teams. They like to go in hunting from the early game. I mean, certain teams definitely like to stick from the side of the map and start to look for some of all these utilities. But ever since the change of the blue zone damage rate, I think teams are still trying to get used to the pace of getting into the zone very early on.
Yeah, I have to agree with you in that. But we have to maybe talk about a little bit for early skirmishes for Sanhok, because from previous year we can see that bootcamp fights for TEC and Team FaZe Clan, and around Cam Alpha we might see some fights also for Alter Ego and Thanatok Gaming. What's your opinion about this early fights?
I think like this is just going to be the test of strength in the early game, especially when they do clash in the same region. If you're talking about bootcamp, sure, they could still segregate a little bit of that area and maybe move out of the city very swiftly. As for the camps, I feel like that is a very tight space for them to actually stick around too long. So you will basically have some of all these members of Alter Ego needing to defend for themselves. So I think we'll definitely have to keep our eyes out in that particular region. But speaking of that, we're looking at other places like Painan as well, a focal choke point for all these teams to cut across from the southern region into the main island, or even to the Alpha Island up towards the northwest. So it definitely could be anyone's for the taking. So I guess we'll just have to get in the game to actually see what really goes down. But who would you favor though? You're talking about FaZe Clan inside bootcamp. These guys are hardly contested. They have high win ratio in bootcamp.
As for now, from what I've done from my research, it turns out TEC and FaZe Clan, they have been facing off on bootcamp, and currently the score is 2-2.
2-2. So
Yes.
it's a 50-50.
It's a 50-50 fight, but I feel like FaZe Clan would have and can do a lot of better job on the early skirmish around bootcamp area, because they have been fighting for it ever since PMSL started, and during PMPL Thailand also they have been playing around bootcamp. So maybe they have a little trick up their sleeve.
Hopefully so, and we'll definitely have to take a look on that. Of course, we also do have so many other names coming in from PEL, which I will definitely put a little bit of attention to. These are certain names that we don't always see in the international level, but some of the players have definitely had certain experiences as well. And we're looking at TeamPAI Esports Club. I think this is one of the names that have definitely struck a note, especially with their recent spectacular performance back in the PEL. So Eagle 766, these are some of the players that have been able to really put this team forward in many of all these tough situations. I can't wait to actually see what will they offer right now against a lot of all these teams that at least have had regional battles before.
Yes, I totally agree. And for me, myself, I'm not being judgy, but my eyes will be constantly on TEC because they are currently the champion of PL Summer. But looking a bit of a recap, during PL Spring, they didn't even manage to qualify for the grand finals. And suddenly a Cinderella story, from zero to hero, they managed to be the champion and book a slot in PMGC. Do you have any idea what's happening in the team for them?
Well, I feel like they're just going to stick to their same winning formula, where you will definitely have their fraggers. If they do feel Justin out there, you will expect him to be supplemented by 97 as well. And if everything goes wrong, you will always have the backup coming in from Shadow as well as Suki. So it really depends on how they actually move around the map in the early phase, because certain times PEL teams can actually get caught in between those rotations. That's something that they really have to keep their eyes out on. Other than that, if they do manage to get past, stage 4 onwards, they should be fine.
Yeah, these two regions have different kind of play style, and as we can see coming out from BTR, they have a new player. They've been playing quite well from each of the tournaments that they've been playing, especially PMSL, where Boy Chill and Lapa definitely deliver for them. And now, on the other hand, they have a new coach, Lone from Boom, which is Ken, and he is a spectacular coach, bringing Boom. But then, unfortunately, they didn't qualify to PMGC. But BTR, loaning Ken from Boom. What's your opinion about this?
Well, it could actually work out in a few ways, where if the players are adaptable enough in that short duration of time. I say short, but it's been a couple of weeks that they've been practicing together, and there's still maybe a few more weeks to go before they go for PMGC. So it's basically testing ground for them to actually find their winning ways. I mean, they have great caliber of players under their belt. I don't have any doubt that they will still be able to deliver. But in terms of tactics, definitely they will need a little bit more time to get adjusted. But if they actually have got it nailed down perfectly throughout this tournament, then PMGC could be theirs to take.
Yeah, I have the same idea as you. And looking at the lone wolf from Malaysia, Sam9 have been, can say, dominating in the international scene. They've have a perfect run of the year from PMNC to PMGC. But yeah, I feel like we can talk about this later on because our first match is about to start and we're passing the mic to our lovely casters, Choo Choo and Circle Out.
Thank you so much, Karen, as well as Contra from the DAS. And back to us. That was a very in-depth insights come up from our analysts and hosts as well. But here we are again here, sharing the DAS with you. It's an honor and a privilege to cast with you again, Sir. How are you feeling?
Wow, you wear a lipstick today. That's very refreshing to see of Choo Choo.
I hate makeup, you know that.
Oh, but I recognize it. I recognize it that you putting on nice makeup today. But you know what? I just want to like add on to the point where they talk about Coach Ken joining onto BTR on loan from Boom. So it's not the first time that Coach Ken and also Coach Cap, which is the head coach for BTR, working together because they have worked together during the SEA Games. They were part of the Indonesian national team. So they've known each other for quite a while. Hence, the chemistry between the coaches will be there.
Yeah, I think it's a very good long-term relationship that had been going on. So it's easy for them to gel each other as well with their strategy and their gameplay. But regarding, well, between these two regions, I love the fact our analyst and our host just now mentioned about the debate going on for such a long time between PEL and SEA. We've seen SA before. That's still a 50-50 because the ending was something mind-blowing.
Yeah.
But now we get to see between PEL and SEA. Come out from the China side casters, I asked about the prediction here today, which is going to be Ertuo or Ye on the other side of the channel, which is going to be China casting channel. But also coming up with Xiao Tong and Sima Guang just now. Sima Guang, I think you know him. You casted before the Asians game before. He's actually the champ for the 19th Hangzhou Asian Games for the PUBG Mobile division. But for our prediction, it was so swift. Just now, you guys just saw what we didn't really see. But speaking of which, what actually compelled you to just put out your prediction just now?
Yeah, so I picked Sam9 earlier on, and you picked Titan Esports Club.
Yeah,
so
it was 3 teams, right?
2 teams.
Two teams.
So one from you, one from me. Yeah.
Okay.
So for me personally, why Sam9? I think that they have grown exponentially. So they came from Ravenwood earlier this year, and then they got picked up by Sam9. They got the PMPL Malaysia champion. PMWI wasn't their best performance, but since PMWI, they improve in terms of performance. Even in the off-season tournaments as well, they weren't doing too bad. So I must say that despite them still kind of fresh in the global showing, these guys have potential. So I'm putting Sam9 as my first prediction.
It's sort of something that, you know, make it or break it for them right now. It's just setting the tone when it comes to day number 1 here. But for me, I have to give credit. We have to give the honors towards our champions of PEL, which are going to be TEC. But don't forget, K1 and TEC ended up with the same points back in the days for their Summers finals. So we're starting off with TEC to see where they're starting off, because it's so hard for us to actually have a glimpse of the one of the greatest in China, of the teams here that are playing here. I mean, like last season PMRC between a PEL, we don't see them as much compared to this season. So this is huge as a prelude for PMGC as well.
Yeah, the closest one that a lot of us got to see of the PEL teams was during the PMWI. We got a couple of PEL teams during that tournament. The performance wasn't that great, but then again, maybe it's also, you know, coming out of PEL straight to there, maybe adaptation and all that. Maybe they would have learned something, and today they might put on a better show. But speaking of putting on a better show, we're going to see the battle show in Sanhok.
Now, Phyllis, tapping into our official first game of the day with first day of PMRC between two regions clashing, which is going to be Southeast Asia versus PEL teams. As we do have a very, not really even off for the flight path, but easy enough for everybody. It's a small map, by the way, but eyes on bootcamp. We do know, like our host and analyst mentioned before, it's going to be between FaZe Clan versus TEC. Bootcamp, it's going to be a hotspot.
Yeah, keeping my eye on bootcamp as well. And we got a lot of teams hovering on the northern side as well, around the areas of Hatin, Camp Alpha. We do see a couple of teams. And I'm looking at two teams, at least two teams, or maybe even three, landing inside Hatin. That can be another point of contention.
I do spot a couple of players from Vampires dropping unusually down towards the south, which is going to be Nakam. We do have one player, Stone, just lurking around Morph, but we do have Hartin quite fired up between FaZe Clan here and more than one team. It's going to be 3 in total, and one of the players being knocked down early on.
Yeah, FaZe Clan with a permanent transfer finally for Mela into FaZe Clan. What a revolutionary player he has been for the team. Now, we don't only have those two teams, so we also have a Weibo Gaming here as well. So 3 teams duking at each other for Hatin. And looking at the elimination feed, looks like they're trading off with each other.
Wolves also lost one of the members. And speaking of PL teams, Sanhok, even though it's the smallest map, they don't waste any more time. It's going to be one of the most aggressive map there is for all the teams out there. FaZe Clan do responded with Mela shutting down on Pickfit just now. I'm not sure how many members left for the side of Wolf for the current moment, but so far FaZe is winning. They lost trading on 1-1. Sem9 even start to fight against LGD.
Oh yeah, so Sem9 taking out Blessing as well. It's going to be time securing the elimination point. Now we have Rosemary on screen getting one for himself as well. You do miss Rosemary, but he so happened to be the last member for Alter Ego.
I don't know what really happened for Alter Ego. Definitely they have been clashing into with other teams just now. The entire team almost being wiped out. Barely got enough for himself. Level 1 vest, nothing more than just a vector. But the circle speaks for itself. We might end up right on top of Paradise Resort in this case.
Well, we're back onto Hatin action here, ladies and gentlemen. Ventores on screen, and he is alone at the corner of Hatin. The other 2 members of FaZe Clan somewhere in the middle. But that also means that they have the advantage of squeezing Wolves because, well, 2v3 with Wolves in the middle, that looks like a strategy that could work out.
This is surprising to see how many players and teams are they dropping themselves on top of Hatin, because we do know PERSIJA EVOS love to drop here, but we don't see any glimpse of PERSIJA EVOS player down here, which is surprising because those are dropping themselves. It's going to be a team that different drop spot as per usual during the summer's final from PEL. Weibo, they have a bit of a trading done between another player just now. That's going to be one of the most detrimental, valuable player they lost because we do know Suk is so pivotal in his lineup.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Suk has a lot of experience as well playing at the global stage. So losing him fairly early on, not the best scenario, but of course it's all about consistency and collecting points. If the other members can still stay alive, collect points along the way, then yeah. But unfortunately, can't say the same for Rosemary. Not too sure what happened there.
I think he just had enough pressure by himself. You know, I cannot live alone. I don't want to be a lonely guy. I want to join my teammate in heaven.
Hashtag not wanting to be forever alone. So,
Maybe.
Yeah, so Rosemary is going to take a early break for the first round. And Alter Ego will be looking to bounce back. But speaking about Alter Ego bounce back, their bounce back during the PMSL was one of the most amazing comebacks we have ever seen. So if they lose this round, I mean, there's still a good amount of games for them to come back.
You know, you mentioned about that. Funny enough, on the side of TEC, pretty much a Cinderella story as well. It feels like the champions for this season, right? For each region's finals. The trend is the Cinderella story. You have to fall back all the way in the regulars, then coming back in the grand finals.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So are you saying that whoever who gets the chicken dinner in the first round?
I mean, like this is
rubber chicken.
This is practically finals here. We do have only 3 days of action going on between FaZe and Wolf. Feels like it's not, it's sort of an unfinished business between them. But Wolf, he remembers. He will keep chasing them down.
Wow, absolutely remember him with that. Even Ventores went down, leaving Mormon alone. So now it's going to be 1v2. Mormon comes in, but he's down to 30% of health. He managed to get one. One more to go. Goes in for the charge, but from behind, it is going to be Kakwan taking him down, and that is going to be the end of FaZe Clan.
Trent, I have to give it to this guy. He knows exactly where to pick. Sneakily coming up from the off-angle position, just shoot away whatever can be offered by him. If FaZe Clan, I'm not sure about whether they still want to drop nearby here, because we do know they always drop around boot camp. Happen to be just crossing by to his heart, and maybe because of the circle itself. Unfortunately, two teams of the Southeast Asia already ousted early on.
Well, for some reason, I guess they just wanted to try a different drop spot since the circle is on the main peninsula, and so happened there's two other teams there. So you just need to fight it out and win the fight before moving out. But two more teams left in Hartin at this moment. As we move over to LGD, we only have 2 players left for LGD. I mean, this round is kind of fast if you ask me.
Definitely super fast. Coming up from Sanhok. I mean, I'm not surprised they do play this aggressive for both regions here, but on the side of LGD, this is not the sweetest spot he actually wants to be in. Not really in the high grounds, not really in the low grounds, not in a compound, pretty much in the middle ground, nothing to cover himself with. This is going to be Chengxi or CC in this case. We need to have English alphabets for everybody to know, so you cannot use the normal Chinese name in here. So LGD-CC is coming in. Maybe trying to reunite his teammate, which can be around the other corner. But TEC is breathing behind his neck. He cannot even move a muscle.
Yeah, if it's only Chinese characters, I'm going to depend on you to just read out all the names then. You know, I can't.
So funny. I mean, like, we're supposed to be the reverse.
I know, right? Yeah, I failed my Chinese teacher. Sorry. Sorry, Lao Shi. But we got to move on with life though, as our teams will need to move on with life as well. Thundertalk Gaming still stuck in the Camp Alpha Island.
Or the Thundertalk. So they do love to play a bit slow for Thundertalk. They don't have problem with that. They do love the blue zone as much as they love to win. And we've seen it before. It's always about the debate between the outer circle or inner circle. But I assume when it comes to stage number 2, everybody will want to go into the center here.
Yeah, but as mentioned by our analysts as well, that PL teams and Southeast Asia teams have very distinct play style. So I really want to see like how this kind of mix of play style do counter each other, or who has the better play style, or, you know, basically who will stand out at the end of the day because of how wonky the circle can be. Even in pre-season tournaments as well, the circles are still wonky. The last we saw, like the first time we saw a wonky circle was like during the PMWI, and the trend still is going through. And I really want to see like how, like with this kind of mix, like how do they adapt to the circle most importantly?
The bigger question is, what kind of circle we're playing here? Is it PL circle or is it SEA circle?
Yeah, good
That's
question.
another question that everybody have to go through their minds. But for Weibo Gaming, Gap, trying to fill in the gaps by themselves, happen to be alone here. I'm not sure where are the other two members, quite spread out thin between themselves, spot out Wolf's players across the map. Quite risky for him to overstay himself here. He needs to get out as soon as possible. The moment he jumps up and tries to run to cross the street, all Wolf's players would definitely see him through.
And the fact that he does not have any first aids, man, that's going to be really, really tough. He probably has a good amount of bandages, and that's about it. But if the circle closes and he has to swim across, that's not the scenario that you want to be in.
Oh, here comes the first contact again after such a very calm, long duration of pause just now. PEI start to rush into the high grounds there. Try to finish off the knockdown players. XERXIA happen to be nearby as well. K1 spotted out by Smile. Oh, fortunately, didn't actually clip it through all down there. Need to save 76 first. Not much covers for himself. Got one smoke to use, another one maybe at the back if needed. But still gonna save it up. While Thundertalk finally starts talking.
Oh, but the moment they cut across, they're being held back by Vampire Esports, waiting for them, securing 3 elimination points at least. One more to go. And that person, the other player, is on the other side. So Vampire Esports not able to secure the elimination point yet, but that's okay. They got 2 in the bag with 2 boxes to loot.
Back to the blue zone fights. We've seen this before and never ended up happy ever after. Weibo Ming, spot out, remember. happen to be on the hunt right now.
Ooh.
Remember, don't really remember to check his corners on the left side.
Yeah. I mean, Ming was well prepared as well. Gotta give it to him. He has 4 first aid, so he is ready to tank it out. But because of that shot, he opened up the opportunity to other members of Wolves to try to take him out instead. But I would say that since both teams, they're still tanking the blue and they're still in Camp Off Island, it's pretty much a lose-lose situation at the moment.
That's kind of true. But at least he got himself 3 first aids for 77H. Come out from the side of Wolf Esports. Down to only 2 players left, with BIGETRON also happen to be barely alive down here. I'm not sure he got any supplies for health. Back towards those in the center. Bun. We do have SEA, PEL, and K1 around the corner. K1 so spread out, so confident about their firepower down there.
Oh yeah, they want to check the best out of their perimeters. They want to cover the most ground from wherever they are. But now that the circle moved away, I'm sure they will move at some point unless they know that someone's behind them and they want to stop them from coming in. That's absolutely fine as well. Anyway, it's only stage 3. So whatever it is, you can still tank it out. But speaking about tanking it out, so Dachuan, now with 1 first aid and probably a couple of bandages, still on the Camp Off Island. Scary.
You know, you can tank it out if you got first aids. Bandages, maybe temporarily. Right now, they're running low with their resources, and that's not a good news for any of the team. Have been holding that back all the way into the blues and way deep into it. Now, all they need to do is just play time, which they cannot even afford to do so since they don't have enough supplies, to run over the cross for 77. Ming is waiting around that corner. So I have a feeling both cautiously know that they know the information about each other right now. Is who's going to ban over first? Who's going to... Not that way. I mean, I see you start to...
I shall not.
Ban their willingness to just hold their ground, you know? You're just going to go in and just take a bit of a jab and then just try to hope and pray he's going to survive.
Yeah, just like what Jay is doing right now, because he is the Lone Ranger from Thunderdog Gaming, and MORPY GPX, the Indonesian squad, is waiting for him at the high ground. They probably don't know that he's there yet because he's crawling. But anyway, we're back onto the action where Ming is at. And it's going to be a straightforward knock for Ming to take out the one member of Wolves. And that would definitely be a point in the bag.
Fire back, Wolf. That's going to be the last player, Dachuan. Trying to swim over across the other side, surprisingly. He loved the water. His name is based on water as well. But I don't think he can make it through. It's just a long swim here, and time's ticking, and time is not on his side here. Definitely going to be a tough one. Vampire's waiting around the other corner. K1 finally start to move and start to reunite across this compound, while the others, TeamPAI, might actually try to just push all the way into the center of the circle. Surprisingly, when you actually look at PEL players, they're taking blues on at their backs all the time here.
Yeah, it reminds me of how some of the South Asian teams actually play. Like, they really maximize their opportunity in the blue before coming in, even locking out other teams as well. I see some form of similarity there in terms of how they play. Or maybe it's just this map. We'll need a few more examples just to see whether it's a trend or whether it's just a one-off thing. But I do agree that with what you said, they seem to like to bathe themselves in the blue.
Now back towards the circle will pop anytime soon. And I have a feeling PEL and BTR have a huge chance to actually get this one out. It's quite open, and BTR actually won over for the prediction. While the other side, K1, kind of struggling against the blues. And I don't think anybody's shooting around that corner because SEA and TeamPAI, nobody's open fire just yet. But Vampires, they do have a clear path getting into it. Wolves, unfortunately, Dachuan have to be banging out earlier than the rest of them. Here comes another scuffle.
Okay, here we go. Nade on to the other side. It's going to be K1 versus Tianba. 2 nades tossed out, but nobody's down just yet by K1. Knocked down by the blue. Spent too much time on the outside, unfortunately, and now they will be playing with a handicap.
BBZ. Spot it out. You want to shoot across that smoke. It's going to be a random bullet that will be hitting over the side of K1 if that happens. Feel slowly closing in the gap. Just going in towards the direction of TeamPAI, but TEC happened to be visited by another team as well. Sam9, the team that you mentioned before. All our teams fighting against each other now.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's see who gets the right prediction because it's going to be 3v3. So it's both teams on the same par. As we can see here, Sem9, they are charging across. And we have a UMP in hand of Sem9. Kenny will shoot out. Deb will knock down one. 2 more to go.
Kenny. Oh, big name by Suki. This is one of the remarkable highlights coming up from the side of TEC. But Suki, you know how incredible this player is. Definitely delivers when he needs to. Mikhail and the rest of Sem9 being cornered into the compound. Nowhere to pick out and try to hug the corners while TEC start to surround and wrapping around.
Time is not on their side as the blue will close in. Sem9 will need to finish this off. TEC has the same pressure as well. Kenny will finished. And now it's going to be Deb. Can he pull off a big one here? It's going to be Suki with the nade into the building, but that nade will not connect.
Suki, hope to land another big explosive nade down inside the side of Sem9, but Deb return the favor. Here comes Deb trying to finish off the job with the DBS, but I think it's a bit too far. It don't work DBS like that, but Miko with the jump shot. Finish off TEC, but both team happen to be at a loss.
Oh, because Jay from Thunder Talk Gaming happened to be there to just beat a party pooper for Sem9, taking them out at 9th place, but they still managed to get themselves 5 elimination points in the process.
I won't say everything down in vain for both teams.
Oh well.
It's the one is going to be the sideline is winning over that one. But BTR back to its run and gun and hunting down people. BTR did not sit in this quietly anymore. They got 0 elimination. It just shows they've been observing all this time.
Oh, but speaking about observing, Jay observed the blue too long. Got eliminated at number 8, but it's still 5 elimination points. Not too shabby, I must say, considering that he played majority of the round alone. Now for the Indonesian teams, I noticed that a lot of them are still in this game. We got PERSIJA EVOS, we got BTR, MORPH GPX as well. So now we have 3 Indonesian teams and looks like a good probability for them to get the chicken dinner.
And Vampires, on the other hand, not that patient anymore. They're not going to sit and wait and observe. I did talk about the predictions from the Chinese casters, which are going to be, he actually predicted it's going to be Vampires. They're thirsty enough to get this one out. Because maybe on the side of Team PL, they're going to be down playing for a bit just to, you know, prepare themselves for PMGC possibly. Not going to give out all their trump cards way early on. But for Vampires, it's pretty much also like a sort of a warm-up game towards the next stage. But MORPH approaching to a set of Vampires on the high grounds. Boo Boo Hoo, as per usual, taking the front line.
Yeah, Vampire Esports, they had a good entry earlier on from the high ground just outside boot camp, but now they have MORPH GPX. Nade! Wow. Stone knockdown, beautifully done by Boo Boo Hoo.
Perfect trajectory, but next is going to be Straps. He's down to the last HP. You don't want to be there, brother. But back to the side of Bibu. He wants to finish things off, but the problem is the block in between them. He got return favor, but the side of Tony K. What a remarkable drop just now.
And Tony K is not done yet. The second nade will finish off Boo Boo Hoo. They're looking for more now. Tony K now trying to find the next target. But Cleon from the other side will knock down Strauss. But Cleon counterfired. And that is a counterfire beautifully done by Vampires. But now Tony K is just too low. Rocky will be there to finish up the job.
Oh man, Tony K really tried to sift through such a remarkable, hard and challenging fight against him. But Rocky made it out with that DBS by the end of the day. But back towards the side of MORPH. They need to revive their teammate. We're down to 4 teams. Like you mentioned before, the Indonesian teams seems to like really started all the rotation for all the teams and play as quiet early on. And now this is where they start to get aggressive.
Oh yeah, out of the top 4, 3 of them from Indonesia. And now Eagle goes down to Zuxi. Smile is on the other side, trying to take down the members of PERSIJA. EVOS for Smile being shot at as well. From afar, has to back out. Red Face comes in, closes the gap, tries to take him out.
Right, FaZe try to take a bit of a jab to the side of Pi. Smile TeamPAI, SG down, leaving only one last player. The rest of them still being knocked. There's nowhere to go and being eliminated next. All top three coming out from the Indonesian side.
Indonesia Gaspul, they say. And who will get the first chicken dinner? We even have the rivalry between BIGETRON Red Villains as well as PERSIJA EVOS and MORPY GPX happen to be between them. Now, looking at the current position, PERSIJA EVOS needs to get into the circle and they will face off with their arch rivals BTR.
Morph seems to be at disadvantage with the numbers, yeah. But if they're being tricky enough, they're being sneaky, it's going to be a doable, winnable for them. Back to the side of BTR, BOYCHIL trying to find any sort of a leeway to get into bridge towards the fortress of PERSIJA EVOS. But they guarded over all corners right now, but they don't have the time. The clock's ticking here. Blues start to eat them out alive as BOYCHIL trying to fight against the blue. He doesn't have any first aid. It choked down half of his HP without any effort being put out just yet. PERSIJA EVOS relayed information. They're ready to take up the fight with Misery already prepped up his nade. But here comes from BOYCHIL. Toss a one. Didn't clip. Didn't connect.
Oh, here we go. BOYCHIL still has another nade, but he switches to his M4 instead. ZUXi, with the high ground advantage, knows that they're right below him. MORPY GPX is going to stay out of this fight for now. They'll wait for the right moment before coming in. But on the minimap, we can see clearly that BTR and PERSIJA EVOS is facing off each other. MORPY GPX, they might come in as a third party.
BOYCHIL still trying to decide what more being spotted out. They might be wiped off clean here, while Cleon trying to hold this there alive. FaZe giving such pressure. Same goes for the side of ZUXi. BTR. BOYCHIL barely find any loophole on top of this strategy. But BOYCHIL going around the other corner, trying to get on the north angle, trying to bridge into their formation. But Lapa taking advantage of PERSIJA EVOS when they're trying to figure things out. Satar cornered up. PERSIJA EVOS surrounded all around for the side of this side of a map, which the circle just moved. ZUXi going in with the DBS. Can he finish things off?
ZUXi, can he? Yes, he will with the help of his teammate. But Lapa is going to come in for the other side. Knocking one down. Looks like BTR. They have the upper hand now. One more to go. Lapa with an 8 in hand. He will toss it on to the other side, but Misery evaded it.
Lapa just gonna hold his ground and defend as long as possible with his DBS and rifles. He barely got it. No! But BTR secures the first win in the first day of this PMRC.
Man, that was a hot ending, I must say. BIGETRON Red Villains, with that new coaching staff, by the way, looks like they secured the first chicken dinner, and it happened to be against their arch rivals, PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh, back to the basics, the same. Back to the local game. Because it's going to be against each other again for the side of Indonesian teams. But BTR, what a remarkable play. We have a lot of highlights in the first map just now, including those nades being tossed around by the teams out there. They're being eliminated quite early on. But BTR, they've been playing it so patiently well. Waited for the right time to open fire, just being fruitful for them.
Yeah, and they had to manage MORPY GPX as well as PERSIJA EVOS at the same time. So it's not like a 4v4. No, there's someone else as well waiting in between. But now, look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. We have a glimpse of whatever happened to Alter Ego earlier on. And unfortunately, they dropped at the hill of Camp Alpha, and there happened to be another team there.
And not just that, coming up from the side of BTR, you saw how they just slowly try to box in PERSIJA EVOS, who happen to have more grounds and more of a sweet spot compared to the side of BTR, being actually pressured by the Blues early on. And there was a remarkable play coming out from them. And also outstanding, unorthodox mindset in the very last minute as well. But coming up from the side of PEL, I feel like they just downplay for the first map here. They're just testing out the waters yet.
Yeah, I mean, it is the first game, you know. Everyone's like, okay, I get to know you, you get to know me. You know, it's like a first date thingy. Then you make your move. Maybe by the second or third date, Contra knows a bit more about what I'm talking about. But that is probably a slight preview of what might happen in the following round.
And then surprisingly, it is not what we expected it to be for Sanhok. It wasn't as bombastic, it wasn't as explosive as we thought it would be. Everybody just happened to be treading on thin ice there, having a bit cautiousness to approach one team to the other. So, I mean, even drop spot-wise, a lot of teams have to be changing here.
Yes, so that will make drop spots becoming unpredictable.
True.
So what will happen in Erangel coming up next? What will happen in Miramar? I mean, you gotta stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking speaking about stay tuned for our analyst segment because they're going to break down whatever happened in that previous round. We'll send it back to our handsome Cairo and Contra, who knows what I meant.
There you go. First map is done, and the winner chicken dinner goes to BIGETRON Red Villains. As we said, addition of Boychil and Lapa, as well as Ken as their new head coach right now. It is looking so good for BTR, engaging the fights very well at the end there by pushing all of the PERSIJA EVOS players at the edge of the circle, and they won it fair and square.
Yeah, and I've been observing how each respective region have been playing throughout the course of that battle inside of Sanhok. You can clearly tell that PL, they have that sort of game plan where we're hoping to stall it out, we're hoping to choke certain teams on the outskirts, but they're also standing in the blue zone for a very long time. And by the time that they get in, they're already having lowered health, they don't really have enough resources to go in for battles. Meanwhile, I will look at the side of Southeast Asia teams. They just basically are so good at infiltrating buildings, very good at all these quick reactions when it comes down to overtaking. One such good example, MORPY GPX, that battle against Vampire Esports was spectacular. That sends them to the top 3.
Yep, and to keep you guys up to speed with the match ranking, BTR gained 18 points in the first map just now, followed by MORPY GPX with 10 points, PERSIJA EVOS 9 points, Vampire Esports 8 points, and all of the teams here can say that they get their points on the overall ranking, so it's a good start for them. But we've seen a lot of early fights happening around Hatin, Cave, and at the high ground of Camp Alpha, where Thundertalk Gaming and Alter Ego was battling out up there, and definitely Thundertalk Gaming eliminated Alter Ego pretty well.
Yeah, it's just quite a sad story coming from Thundertalk that they bit too much more than they can chew around like stage 3 as well as 4. But for BTR, Genfos is just basically showing how it's done. The entirety of BIGETRON Red Villains were controlling that middle section in between that bootcamp area and the forest, heading out towards, somewhere towards the cave side as well. So you can see that they got the formation down, and all they have to do is just execute. By the time we reach stage 7 onwards, you still have all 4 of the players basically controlling each side of the map so well. So it makes things so difficult for all the rest of it. And Genfos definitely put on the show.
Yep, and for the damage leaders, we have AJ at the #1 spot with 567 damage coming up from him, followed by Deb from Sam9, 561. And we have to give credit to Sam9 by taking the compound fight 3v4 situation, but they handled it very well. But at the end of the fight, they got third party and they were eliminated quite early.
That was by AJ, by the way. Yeah. So great work coming in from all the players so far. But despite some of all these PL teams bowing out early, you can see the tremendous numbers that they could actually offer. Same could also be said about Suzhou. We didn't see them in the top 4 as well. But this is just the very first round. I believe that when it comes down to bigger maps like Erangel as well as Miramar, that's where teams like Thundertalk actually shines brightest.
Yeah, we have to emphasize how PL teams are taking these rotations onto bigger maps later on, because Erangel and Miramar is coming up, and starting from Sanhok, they already played on the outskirts of the circle, and we can see that maybe the same pattern would happen in the bigger maps, because they mainly focus on their firepower, on their rotation, and the positioning of the players. Would you feel it would be the same thing all over again for PL team?
I feel like perhaps there is just very slight difference of adjustments when it comes down to how they play out, because in the early game, we did see some contests going on, especially that lockout phase when we were just staring down at hot team with 3 to 4 teams, kind of don't know what's the best course of action inside of Erangel. I think like we won't see as much of all these sort of hot drops going on or teams sharing too many spaces, because it's going to be a lot more open spacing, unless if, the fight path just skews like the corners of the map, which most likely wouldn't happen.
Yeah, it was a crazy rumble happening around Hatin just now. Includes teams such as FaZe, Weibo Gaming, and Wolves, but then we can see that Weibo Gaming, they weren't that interested to join the fight after FaZe got eliminated, but then they put out a roadblock on the exits of the Hatin, and Wolves just taken down one by one, and it's ruining their rotation, as well as Weibo Gaming as well. I don't see where's the point of them taking the fight like so late in the game.
Yeah, and not only about the fights, I felt like even after the fights, it felt like they didn't really go in to make a quick decision in terms of the rotation. I feel that was what costed some of all these PL teams not to advance too late into that previous round, whereas majority of the time, you can see that the moment that the C teams finish up a fight, it's always go time. You already set up the next checkpoint. So I think like this is something that they will need to adjust to the pace of SEA instead. So maybe in this bigger area of play, hopefully without any areas of water of play, then they should be able to do just fine. They can take their sweet time, take those sweet battles, because you can see how clean PL take those fights.
Yeah, we can see that they are very, very confident in team fights. They push all men in for engaging the fights and winning it clearly, very easily for most of the PL teams. But then main focus for C teams right now is being in the center of the circle. Is this gonna be the strategy that is going to be a winning strategy for them during this time around for PMRC for you?
Yeah, and of course, we got to also talk a little bit more about some of all these stats head-to-head. And of course, what better way to compare the winners of our first map, BTR, against TeamPAI, who have done quite a significant work inside of this map.
Yeah, true. We have BTR with total eliminations 8 and TeamPAI. They got 3 in the game just now. Total damage, obviously, on the side of BTR, and regional contribution way more towards the BTR side with 32.7%. This is mainly because they are focused to be in the center of circle, and they decided well to approach which fight first. They know which team to be eliminated earlier on and which team to be focused on. And this is the best recipe for them to get the chicken winner chicken dinner for the first game.
Yeah, and always knowing how to basically pick the fights definitely will have a very heavy weight on how things will turn out by the end of it all. And how BTR handled that was to slowly choke out the rest of PERSIJA EVOS. They dealt with MORPY GPX first, and they already know, okay, we got the numbers advantage, and we already got the area advantage. The control that BTR has was just immaculate.
Yeah, apart from that, talking about MORPY GPX, how they approach a team fight with Vampire Esports, they're on the lower ground side of the high ground, but then they managed to secure the first knockdown towards a player from Vampire Esports, and that is a start that they need to eliminate Vampire Esports coming into them, going into the circle, and sadly, just sadly for them, they got eliminated by a third party from the other side of the map.
Yeah, it was such a close call though. Like I think like in that split second between the fight of MORPY GPX as well as Vampire Esports, it almost could have actually been Tony K that could walk out of it if there was no pressure from the side of the blue zone as well. So I guess like that's all that we do have for Sanhok. I believe we're ready for the next round.
Yep, we're ready for match 2, and without further ado, we'll give the mic back to Chuchu and Circloud. Let's go.
I never use your mic, by the way. I use my own mic. But it's okay if you want to give your mic, it works too. But yeah, speaking of Sanhok, I was a bit let down. The fact that it's a bit slower than it's supposed to do.
Well, like what you said, right? Maybe it's like they preview. But we have a special segment here, ladies and gentlemen. You guys can vote wherever you're watching this live stream at this moment. Which region do you think is the strongest? So we have a slight tilt towards the PEL.
I mean, like, that's pretty straightforward, isn't it? But speaking of the first map just now, one of the side of SEA, I mean, come on, guys. I do want it to be around 50-50. That's going to be more interesting to watch it till the end. But we do know how PL players, how aggressive they can get if they want to.
I mean, yeah, they do have the track record, right? So, not gonna lie there, it's very hard to deny the track record. But speaking about track records, you are sticking with track records.
I'm surprised. I mean, I gave them 3, but yeah.
Okay.
I thought it's going to be K1 this one, but yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
it's okay. I'm going to stick with, you know, the champions.
The cliche.
The cliche.
The
So
cliche.
give them the honors, the red
Right.
carpet. There you go. I'm giving it to you.
Well, I'm going to give, looks like I'm going to stick with 7-9 as well.
Close enough just now. Close
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, until AJ had to come in from behind and, just wreck everyone.
It's actually kind of funny that you go for 7 and it's supposed to be orange on your side, but yeah, I'm wearing a TEC supposed to be red, but you're wearing red instead. So it's going to be reverse for us. But speaking of the next map, which is going to be very important map. We do know both teams and both regions love this map so much, Erangel, right? Now, speaking of Erangel, I do want to spot on towards the side of Shelter. Since they changed the drop spot so much, I don't know what to expect here. But Shelter, there's going to be 7-9, there's going to be K1, there's going to be XERXIA there. What else can we see in this one?
Well, that's the whole point, right? Expected, unexpected. But what I really want to see is that we always talk about like Pachinki, right?
Yeah, Pachinki. We do have Pachinki.
Whether Pachinki will be an area of contention.
So far, it's just Wolves taking Pachinki.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. But I wonder whether, Vampire Esports wants to go there, just put some firepower inside Pachinki. But I kind of get the feeling that maybe the center drop spot is not where they want to really start off with, because like how we saw earlier on, Harten, it's like all those side places are the first area of contention. Maybe we might see more fights like at the sides, like maybe even Milta Power.
But based on Sanhok just now, I feel like side lines or side track all the way, those fights, it's not working so well for PL. Will they change it into the middle circle for this time as we're heading into our first Erangel for the entirety of PMRC?
And here we go, round number 2. For day number 1, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the classical map of Erangel. And the flight path is going to be on the northern side, starting from Zarki all the way down to Milta Power, the area that, we don't know at this moment, but it might be a place of contention since it's at the side.
So I assume LGD going to drop on the South Jogo pool. That's going to be their usual second drop spot down there. But we do have early drop as well for the other teams who will be taking Zarki. Since the flight path starting on from the north all the way to Zarki. Vampires have been dropping right on top of LGD. There might be a lot of contention on top of Hospital.
Yeah, Hospital will be interesting. So I see a lot of drops on the northern side. North Jogo pool, potentially 2 teams. I see Vampire Esports there. They sometimes drop there.
FaZe?
Weibo as well. Interesting. FaZe, normally they're on the South Jogo pool, but I don't see them yet. But we'll probably get a visual later on. But speaking about FaZe, yes, they are here on the south side of Jogo pool, and they're facing off against another team. Here we go.
Oh, it's going to be on side of LGD. Oh, they got only pistol cat on Mao Mao in his Chinese name. It's going to be CC trying to redeem himself for the entire team, but they barely got enough. It's not going to be enough gears at all. No gears! And barely got enough bullets. Punch. Go for the punch. Go for the brawls.
Well, I mean, I'm sure if they have the opportunity, they'll take it. But they have to make sure that at least the player is knocked because he still has a micro Uzi. So right now, FaZe Clan on a roll. Another knockdown. Blessing taken out. 2 more to go for FaZe Clan.
Now, FaZe, they know this like the back of their hand. They know exactly where to find those loot. They have more guns and the arsenals on their side, way more on the side of LGD. Down to only 2 players. Oh, man. It's down to only the last one. They try to find any nook and cranny they can find for the last player of LGD, but that's going to be CC trying to run away as fast as possible. BTR, the last winner of the Sanhok map just now, have to fight against Tianba.
Yeah, Tianba. I mean, going up against BTR, who just got the chicken dinner in Milta. And Milta is the regular draw spot for BTR, so they know this place like the back of their hand. Now, the bad news is that Milta is about 1,800 meters away from the circle. So this fight has to end quick.
And funny enough, this is going to be also the usual drop spot for Tianba. So who will be the real master of Milta? Between these 2 masters, there's going to be only one being chosen as the supreme in Milta. But at the same time, YDD just going to prone down, try to find any sort of information while Ren is making a lot of noises here. His footsteps might be heard by BTI. Close the doors.
Yeah, just to cover up, close the vision.
Nobody's here.
Nobody's here. We don't exist. You didn't hear anything. But Boy Seal is not that young of a boy to be fooled by them. So he's going to keep an eye on the Tianba's movement. But if you kind of look at this, Tianba is actively moving, meaning that they are actively looting as well. So utility-wise, they could be better than BTR at this point.
I agree. They kind of wasted a lot of time here, but at the same time, YDD is having a bit of a lookout to a sort of BTR.
Oh!
A circle, you know what? Everybody just should have dropped early on. There's going to be good news for those teams actually on the northern side, including Morph. Happen to be having a clear Savanian shooting range for them to just work around it. Nobody's contesting for Morph up there.
Yeah, their regular drop spot, in fact. So, all advantage onto Morph GPX now. They can pretty much chill until everyone comes to them. I'm looking at the movement of Sem9 as well. They will be the next team to move up north. Now, historically, Sem9 does like to play in Saverny, but that's with the old Sem9 lineup. With the new Sem9 lineup, it's obviously a total revamp. But they still made their way up north, so that's good for Sem9. But now we come back to CC. Still all alone. He popped up. I believe that was a smoke, and that should give FaZe Clan some sort of a clue that he's there.
Maybe he's just trying to bait out any shots from FaZe to know exactly where they at. Just to give himself some intel before he starts to think about his next move here. And FaZe giving a lot of reaction to it as well. Goes straight towards the outer side of a wall. And when they spotted out that smoke, but Tianba, YDD being cornered out all the way, pushed back to the side of BTR. But if they're not being careful for BTR, look at the position of Tianba players. They might actually be boxed in without their realizing. But CC is fighting back. LGD, that one player, managed to knock on one.
Oh, looks like he's not going to go down without a fight, but he's about 40% of health left. He has a first aid though, so just need to buy time for himself. At the same time, YDD, our little brother here, is defending himself against BTR. Now, fights happening elsewhere as well, as we can see here, Fnatic from Alter Ego knockdown.
There's going to be a nade being tossed in a very small vent up there. Lapar barely got any helmet. When we try to pick out, it's going to be a gunshot straight in his face. Definitely going to be a knockdown on that. Run, taking a bit of the back line while YDD is trying to hold his ground, waiting for the right time to open that small compound door. QZZ waiting on the other off angle, watching towards YDD's movement, feeding him off information that's needed for YDD to make a bit of a rush just next to him.
Yeah, Scar-L in hand, trying to bait the likes of BTR to show themselves so that his teammate can shoot from the other side. But BTR is not falling for that, so both of these teams still holding their ground. Now, again, the bad news is that they are about 1,700 meters away from the circle, and we all know it's up north, so guys, come on, time is not on their side.
And speaking of time, and it's all the way north, I do want to see, it's going to be a high chance that we do have Thunder Talk start to bridge to a side of Milton because they dropped themselves on Nova Ramnoy. This is the time they actually cross over that bridge, might passing by Milton. If these two teams still having a go against each other this long time, they will not end up well.
Yeah, just look at their utility, right? Like, Lapa has one first aid, so we have no idea how many bandages. Boysil has no first aid, Gen 4 same as well. So it's pretty scary for them, the fact that they have to take out the blue, but Gen 4's knocked down, so there's an opening. QZZ on his way.
BTR be boxed in. Entirely different from the last winning map in Sanhok just now. Instead, they're being boxed in and hunted down. YDD giving the pressure with a Scar-L? Needs a bit of a reload, but the blue zone has reached their destination towards these two teams right now. Tianba, YDD knowing what the fact that's one player here, but they switch over the camera in last minute. But Lapa knocked down, no helmet, no problem for YDD to knock him down. But here comes another. A surprise party for the side of Tianba versus BTR.
Yeah, he hosted his weapon at the wrong timing. Unfortunately, he wasn't prepared for that. Now, Boysil, can he pull out a big one here against Tianba? Blue is shrinking his health. Now it's only down to the last member of Tianba. It's got to be LY. Can he pull off a clutch here? It's going to be a big one if he can. He has one med kit though, so he can kind of tank it still.
Not too long here. He needs to re-heal himself, but the moment we try to heal, it takes so long for this med kit to work. Make it happen. He's back to full HP. No hand grenades. That's going to be tough for him to actually just stop the stairs. And that's it.
Well, looks like the winner chicken dinners of round number 1, BTR, will not be going down that early as they managed to secure 4 elimination points and now they are on the clear to go up north.
I like how they overturned that sort of incident for the start of BTR. Even though they've been boxed in, barely got gears, not enough equipment, no supplies, they still managed to pull through. Such tenacity being showcased by BTR.
Yeah, that is the mindset of champions that we're talking about here. But hopefully they have the mindset to manage this, considering that the circle went all the way up north and it's still going to be centered around Severny.
Morph, I mean, they definitely have such big loot for themselves since they're working around that corner by themselves for the longest time. They need to defend it since all parties coming in from all different angles here, including Weibo Gaming on their left side.
Alter Ego, the team that went out very, very early previously. At least now they're still okay, but oh, not good for Octa. Ran into Dap, and now he is back in the lobby. So Alter Ego, 2 players left. And with the 2 players, not only 2, Rosemary knocked down as well.
By PERSIJA EVOS, that's going to be a three-way war, but not just that. Happen to be a team coming up from the PEL, taking advantage of PERSIJA EVOS. They are tunneling down towards the side of Alter Ego just now. Didn't realize they're off angle being watched by another team.
Leaving Potato alone. So, I mean, it wasn't a great start for them in round number 1. So now, again, not a great start for them in round number 2. Unless Potato can pull off like something insane, like a solo run to get a chicken dinner, yeah. But again, we have seen Alter Ego making the insane comeback in PMSL. I hope that they're not doing it again because I don't think their fans' heart can take it.
A magical potato. Very magical indeed. That's the magic he needs to. But back to the side of PISG. Spot out some teams. That's going to be 7-9. Passing by. Hoping to clip anybody with his mini 14. Fight in vain for now. Bold and brazen trying to go for another shot. Attempting to give a bit of a fight to 7-9. But hold his horses for a tiny bit. Knowing the fact there might be more than one team passing by here. Pi slowly approaching towards the side of the circle. Slowly getting their positions here. Spreading out quite thin. But somebody else happened to be replying. There's going to be 7-9.
Yeah, 7-9 making their move. So they did a 2-2 split. 2 of them stayed behind to give cover fire in case anyone shoots. And the 2 of them move. They make themselves as a marker. So once they are on the clear, the other 2 can follow up. So that's good coordination there by Seb9. Now for FaZe Clan, they managed to make themselves onto the northern side of the map. So that's okay. They are around the area of somewhat the shooting range area. So far we can see that they're pretty much on the clear. Nobody's behind them. So no points to be collected as of now.
You can see that FaZe cautiously, slowly trying to get into the circle. Not try to rush in. Just in case, because of how surprising the rotation of all the other team was just now. Too many teams on very awkward angles there. Morph still holding the circle for themselves. 7-9 and PERSIJA EVOS happen to be just next to each other as well. We do have BTR TEC all the way down from Novo. Finally approach this circle. In the meantime, how to get in. Look at how crowded it is and barely got enough land for the players.
Yeah, about 40% of water at this point. And we'll start to see the elimination feed probably roll with Thumb now on his knees out in the open, being stopped by PERSIJA EVOS. And they want more out of this. Playing without red base, so far they managed to hold out 7-9.
Bold and brazen keep spraying to the side of 7-9. PERSIJA EVOS just shows they want it. And will they get it? That's the question. Well, Dap trying to attract their attention towards the other end here. They might actually attract too much attention on the side of 7-9. All teams are moving this way. PERSIJA EVOS taking a bit of opportunity they can get. Spotted out Dap, might want to shoot him down from there, but they still focus on towards those who's taking covers behind that tree.
I noticed that Smile got knocked down, so not too sure what happened there. But for 7-9, despite all that, they are still a 4, and that managed to get away, so he will be at the patrol station. But for BTR, tough rotation for them. The circle went all the way up north, and they were blocked by other teams, so they went out at number 14.
Troubles brewing on Wolves Esports side. That's one trying to hold his ground. DBS swapped a bit too late there. just wiped the floor clean. Vampires managed to obliterate the entirety, almost the entirety of Wolves. I'm not sure where are the remainings. That last player of Wolf standing right now. TEC approached by XERXIA. Sharper, a bit of trading done. Z cooking up the nade, shredded almost his helmet. Here comes the jump.
Here we go, XERXIA, Z with a UMP in hand. But you can see Bamboo coming in. Bamboo knocked down by Megamind with the DBS. Megamind was prepared for that. DBS, that sort of range, the perfect weapon to use. But at the same time, the fight is not stopping just yet. The blue will be on top of them, so they need to move fast. But Shadow, knocked down by SG. That shot came from the other side.
It's so important so he can stay alive here. 97 will need his help. Or K1 Phil trying to take advantage. His third party already just arrived, and here comes the shot. He needs to shut down once again. It's done and deal. But Phil making it so hard as a third party. Both teams in such a predicament. It barely can get out of it.
Oh man, because the high ground is secured, and looks like Titan Esports Club will be the next team to bow out. XERXIA on the other hand has 2 active players left. They're taking out the blue, but K1 is waiting for them to show themselves.
And nobody's there anymore. They spotted out the smoke from Megamind, but Phil definitely still hovering around the corpses of the players before. But Z leaving out behind another team. That's a bold move. He even got himself an accident PEI, spotted him out. Just got himself, I'm not sure is this the best spot for himself. He got a bit of a cover from the terrain, but it's not an easy terrain for him to work with.
And speaking about not easy, look at the circle. It went all the way up north now. Still 50% of water. Saverny is the only city in this circle. MORPY GPX has been there for the longest time, but now they need to be aware the fact that circle is as such, a lot of teams who want to come by.
The talk also start to approach on the southern side. We do have Weibo Gaming just next to Morph as well. Morph, all they need to do is just stand and stay alive. That's it. But outside of Wolf, this is going to be the last play of Wolf Esports. It's going to be 77. That's a big nade dropping by inside of FaZe Clan. How to get out? He's being surrounded by vampires and FaZe Clan. Both ways here. There's no out for 77 unless he can sneak out from behind all the sideline, which no covers, by the way. How to get out?
Oh man, it's tough considering that the vehicle is smoked up as well. So for 77, I would like to say that if you can pull off a clutch, but you can't clutch the blue. But Sem9 took one out of XERXIA, passing by Sem9, and Sem9 will say thank you very much for the extra point.
Here comes XERXIA. Megamind boldly just crossing over. Surprisingly, nobody opened fire to his side. Just going to go and take a bit of a dip in there. Breathing water he will be. For the side of Megamind. PERSIJA EVOS spotted him out. Well, Wolf fell in effort, but we can see that one coming.
Yeah, it's a matter of time, frankly speaking.
True.
Not gonna lie about that. But anyway, great for FaZe Clan. They have 6 elimination points, like the most points amongst all these teams at this moment. But for Sem9, they're catching up. They managed to get another one out of K1.
Out of K1, they lost 2 men. Heavy casualty, but they still fight for more field. Oh, I'm not sure why he just stopped and pulled over that side. It was so open. It was so easy to target on. He needs to go back. He barely got enough. Ellie got 2 first aid to recover himself. Gonna take a bit of a grab with passion. Just go in for the next stage. But the problem is they've been choked by another team across.
Ooh, feel. Oh, that was the last tick. That was super duper close. But gotta admire their timing and how they measure the time that they can heal up just at the last moment. Amazing play indeed. And now making their way into the circle. Sem9 on the right, PERSIJA EVOS in front. K1 nowhere to land at this moment, so they're going for a dip as well.
We're gonna join Megamind. We don't want to leave him alone. We want to be friends. They spotted out no vacancy at all. The moment they got themselves in that vehicle, where to go? No place to go. Just go as well as the ocean.
Yeah, and Potato is minding his own business on the other side, just snorkeling, enjoying the sun. You would know how that feels.
Yeah, definitely a very good feeling for that. Megamind just having his best time of his life. But PERSIJA EVOS, not so much. Still trying to pin down Sem9, being pressured not just by the blue for the next one, but by the side of PERSIJA EVOS, and not just that, PERSIJA EVOS, they have to be extra careful, but before that, Midge drop a big one on that.
Oh, that's going to be Ming out, taken out by Cleon from MORPY GPX, who shot from inside of Severny. Now PERSIJA EVOS, first mission is to save Zuxi. Zuxi crawling to his twin brother, should be all right. But now inside of Severny, okay. MORPY GPX is fine, they're on the other side. But on the left side, you got Weibo as well as Vampire Esports. Two big hitters here just next to each other.
I'm waiting for Thundertalk to actually take action as well, but for the side of Empires, they cannot sit this quietly. TonyK almost clipped entirely down. He barely got any. He doesn't have any troubles for himself. And Suk, coming up from Weibo Gaming, will try to find Ravenclaw. The one that actually be at the back line will be his job for Suk, but he couldn't spot them out. If he just overexposes himself, try to overpick, there's going to be another team, FaZe Clan, on top of that hill, try to shoot him down.
Yeah, so now Circle, about 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. I wonder if it will be an urban warfare as the grand finale for this round. That's what Contra would like. But anyway, Vampire Esports now almost taken out by two members of Weibo Gaming with that nade. That was a close one though, but TonyK is just going to go in for the straightforward frontal approach just to push them back, not allowing them space to operate.
Quite risky with no troubles. So that's TonyK waiting for the right time when they pick out. He got done a bit connected so far on the side of Yemao. Chucking quite a bit of damage, but FaZe Clan start to approach as well. They are on the hump. They got themselves 6 eliminations and not stopping at all.
Well, let's see here if they want to take that frontal approach in the city of Severny, because they're quite a distance from the city center. But anyway, for Vampire Esports, they have to clear out Weibo Gaming now. They don't want to be caught, assuming that the circle does move away from them, and they both need to move at the same time. Yeah, you don't want to be caught crossing the road with your enemy just right beside you.
And Morv actually shutting down on FaZe Clan, happened to just reposition himself at the back line just now. Out of Sam9 having a bit of a fight still against PERSIJA EVOS for the longest time. Now Kenny's on the ground. They are running out and running right up the resources with Mecca finally shot down. And Vampires happen to be a bit of a war between themselves for the members on that.
Yeah, I mean, Shrubs needed TonyK, but it's okay. They still want to fight against Weibo. Weibo is at number 10, 0 elimination points, so it's going to be 0 points for them in this round. Considering that Vampire can still revive TonyK, it's a big enough win for them.
One side of Empire still having a full squad down there, and that speaks something after they've been trying to fight so many times. PERSIJA EVOS on the other end, they're done with Sam9, finish off the entire team. Now their next target will be K1 and that magical potato. How to be solo all the way to survive himself in the top 9.
I wonder if I rub the magical potato, would I get a genie that grants me 3 wishes?
What the wishes will be? What kind of potatoes you want?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't mind a French fry at this moment.
Curly fries is great too.
Oh yeah, giving me ideas now. But if you guys want amazing French fries, you know, you can check out the collaboration between PUBG Mobile and KFC. But anyway, so now circle time. We have half of Severny in it, and MORPY GPX still in a good position.
One side of Pi having a very clear path on the southern side, which are going to be right on top of Severny. But the problem is, will the next circle favor them? Or maybe the last few circles will favor them or not? Thundertalk still going to keep it quiet for a bit. Vampires trying to hunt down more than FaZe. FaZe on the then going to be the toughest entry for them.
Oh, okay.
Not really.
Well,
floating.
Yeah, I think they're having a good time now, you know. Like, Onzens will be like, oh, fishy, fishy, come here, fishy. I want my points.
And the team of snorkelers up just appreciating Mother Nature. The coral, the reefs, and everything else. While the others are fighting for their life, it's going to be rocket swap over to the side of DBS, waiting for Vampires to push in.
Yeah, I hope they brought along their sunblock. Definitely need that. And for Vampire Esports, not needing the sunblock, but they need to block MORPY GPX. Shrubs will nade down Yoru. One of the top fraggers for MORPY GPX. This could be their opening to take out the entire Morph.
Rocky waiting on the outside. They thought they're still inside, but surprisingly, here, TonyK happen to be vibing on the same wavelength. I don't know who they're aiming for just now, but Shrubs found it up in the off angle. Cleon finish off the job. Oh my gosh. Tricky spray spray from Cleon.
Beautiful angle by Cleon there to take out a couple of members of Vampire Esports, and not only taking it out, he will clean them up, leaving Vampire Esports with only 2 players left. Now Mob GPX has the advantage, but look at behind Choo Choo. FaZe Clan is creeping in.
No, I thought they're floating as well, but I was wrong. But Cleon, there was. Never mind. I'm just gonna praise him. That's the moment he's being pushed down and knocked by the nade coming up from sort of Empires. Tony K got himself a bit of research just now, back to around 40% of HP, trying to close in the gap, trying to push in, but being stolen away by his own teammate. At least Mela finished off the job.
Hashtag Custer's Curse, ladies and
Never
gentlemen.
mind, it was FaZe.
So FaZe Clan happily took that point. Now they only got themselves 10 elimination points. Make that 11 at this moment, Choo Choo. And they'll be happy they can take out Vampire Esports, the 2 rivals from the PMPL Thailand. Oh,
Man, they've been shut down entirely. Mormon, what a monster nade just now. They are hungry for kills. They are hungry for this elimination. They are on the rabbit despite they are in the blue zone.
dude. I was just about to talk about Potato and how long he survived. And the moment I want to talk about it, PERSIJA EVOS took him out. So that's going to be Alter Ego out at number 5. An improvement from the previous round, obviously. PERSIJA EVOS needs to get in. The circle is entirely on land right now. Thunderdog Gaming, well, the only team, not the only team though, one of the 2 teams with a full squad.
It's kind of true. They've been quiet for quite a bit. Vintorius being sacrificial lamb for the side of FaZe Clan, the backline just now, just to watch out around the waters. But TT or Thunder Talk Rock spotted them out. They have been so quiet. They got 0 eliminations for TT.
As quiet as a rock right now. Not willing to pull the trigger until PEI shows up. But okay, they sent a scout out there. So that's going to gather information, opening up the space, and from afar, with that information, they could potentially knock down somebody from PEI.
That's a long distance covers for side of Dreamy. He's the only one pushing to a side of PEI here. And PEI kind of dumbfounded and surprised the fact that Dreamy pushing so close to their side. Smile is sanding over. PEI is sending only 1 Smile on that side. It's like 1 for the trade of 1, possibly by being shot down by Dreamy. Oh, 1 for the trade of 1.
Yeah, Eagle Eye there by Eagle. No, now Dreamy. And Dreamy will be finished off by Eagle. So no follow-up there by Thunderdog Gaming. Not like they're in a hurry at this moment because they need to be aware that there's another team, FaZe Clan, on their left. And if they over-focus on the PEI, FaZe Clan could be the one to backstab them.
The Rock is super noisy right now. Just gonna push it up with the pressure, but Onzens, what a sharp tap coming up from this player. FaZe Clan, no sign of slowing down at all. They really want to take this chicken for themselves.
Oh yeah, FaZe Clan might come in later, but now focusing on the Thunderdog Gaming. Looks like they want to finish on the job by movement here by PEI. Oh, open area, Xingqi will be the one to knock one out. And if you smell what the Rock is seeing at this moment, which is no one, because nobody's at the smoke.
It's not cooking as well. It's all seeing but no cooking. But on the side of FaZe Clan, on the other hand, they are hunting. And they try to clear up all the corners they can. Onzens try to back up Mela in case somebody approaches on an awkward angle or off angle entirely. While Thunder Talk Jay and Rock try to close in the gap. The problem is they're barely getting into the center here. And this might be the last few circles. We're down to only 2 teams, but they're not willing to meet up with and against each other.
Okay, FaZe Clan has to take down that one player from Thunderdog on the other side. If not, it's going to be hard for them to even get across. Now, AJ is in a position to even shoot FaZe Clan if they reveal themselves just after this building.
Ajay.
Ajay.
Yeah, his real name is Ajay, but it's easy, Ajay. But Ajay tried to hold his ground, trying to feed off information, but they took too long. They're too hesitant for Thunder Talk to make a move. They have everything they need. They didn't actually spend too much resources early on.
Because they didn't really need to. Yeah, that's a good point there. So they have a lot stashed in, preparing themselves for FaZe Clan. I believe that it's now just a matter of time. Now, 20 seconds, the timer starts moving and the zone will start to close. That is where FaZe Clan will be forced to come out. At this moment, Thunderdog Gaming has an obvious advantage of the circle against FaZe Clan.
But FaZe Clan is not showing any sign of weakness. We're talking about how monstrosity just taken over the side of FaZe. But Rock knows exactly the perfect timing. Ondas being knocked down. That is the green light they've been waiting for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, hashtag Casters Curse, ladies and gentlemen. And now, 2 more to go from FaZe Clan. Thunderdog Gaming, not going to waste any more time. We got 2 of their members at least closing on to FaZe Clan, leaving one behind just as an insurance policy. But they need to get the finish quickly before FaZe Clan revives again. And now Onsens is back up on his 2 feet.
The one that's so pivotal is going to be Mela to hold that ground before they breach in, but they barely got enough space here. FaZe Clan managed to revive on Onsens, back to 3 players. But Rock and Jay, both on their throwables. Jay spotted the footsteps towards his side. He tried to push them back, but they're not taking a warning. But the Blues have forced them in anyhow. FaZe Clan have to force themselves in the compound to take the fight anyhow.
Oh man, does FaZe Clan have the space anymore? But looks like the answer is no, as a Rock will knock them over. Jay comes in, gets the double knockdown, eliminating FaZe Clan, and it's going to be Thunder Talk Gaming with Chicken Dinner number 2.
There was a perfect straight line of sight for AJ, just obliterate the entirety of FaZe Clan in their run and just wrap things over with the Chicken Dinner as a flashy ending.
Oh, flashy indeed. I really like the coordination. They sent one player out on the other side as an insurance policy in case FaZe Clan does anything funny. And the fact that they had the circle advantage from the beginning of the fight between them and FaZe Clan, that gave them a huge advantage to win and get this Chicken Dinner against them.
And despite they didn't manage to secure that Chicken Dinner for the side of FaZe Clan, they were possessed by a different spirit entirely. They secured themselves 15 eliminations. That's the first biggest number in day 1.
Oh yeah, we got a significant number now. It's only round number 2, day number 1. A lot more opportunity to break that number, but 15 is pretty nice.
It's bigger than that Chicken Dinner number.
True enough. True enough. So potentially they would get more points than Thunder Talk then.
Yeah, because Thunder Talk basically starting off fighting FaZe Clan when they started with 0, and I think it pretty much almost the same point they actually have. But when it comes to adding into that 50 elimination plus the position points, you have to give it to FaZe Clan actually winning off this map.
Yeah, and FaZe Clan, it's not like they had an easy entry into the circle. They had to fight their way. They went up to the beach from this view, coming back in. They had to fight against Vampire Esports. Well, that's also why they had the opportunity to collect those elimination points. So it comes hand in hand at the end of the day. But for Thunder Talk Gaming, on the other hand, they had a lot of the circle. So that's why they didn't get the opportunity to collect the elimination points. So it kind of like traded off between Chicken Dinner and elimination.
That is what we've been waiting for. Explosive round between 2 regions here where a lot of fights, non-stop fight. I don't think we even have a pause in between, the entirety of Erangel.
Yeah, probably a little bit of a standoff, but for the most part, yes, I do agree. There's a lot of action happening here as compared to how we saw Saverny early on.
And if you compare with Sanhok, I definitely love this one better. Because Erangel, this is the map where everybody wants to flex it out to show their firepower. But the case of, team coming up from the side of PEL, so far we do have Thunder Talk showing up for that side and that region. And then you know what? Each winning over that one Chicken Dinner for the other regions. But let's just leave the breakdowns towards our analysts and hosts. We don't want to steal the job away, so give it back to Cairo and Contra.
PL teams are heating up. We can see that. What a play from Thunder Talk Gaming, an opening from Rock on the other side of Saverny, and those 2 players coming up to clean things up for the team and wrapping the Chicken Dinner for Thunder Talk Gaming, which we saw that AJ got 2 last eliminations to give them the winner Chicken Dinner.
Yeah, I think it was perfectly executed coming in from Thunder Talk Gaming, as they definitely had put all the action to do all the talking, especially with the final blow coming from AJ. I think that's the perfect way to actually seal the deal against a slaughtering team like FaZe Clan, where we saw every team that they met along the way, they just destroyed them. And looking at this map itself, we could see that players were just frantically looking for space to actually play out. ThunderTalk had finally found like a really sweet spot where they didn't really have to rotate too much compared to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, if you take a look at how FaZe Clan has traveled across the map, they went to the shore, they went back to the city, and they were all over the place. But despite that, the firepower rate coming in from all the members of FaZe Clan have definitely booked out maybe a little bit more points coming in from eliminations, which I think it will basically need ThunderTalk to push it a little bit further from these upcoming rounds. But ThunderTalk Gaming, I think like from the very final few moments, you already know that this is their game, because the way that they actually hold those angles do not even allow FaZe Clan to do anything.
Yeah, they don't have space to play. They were cornered to the edge of the building. But then, yeah, ThunderTalk Gaming with the chicken dinner. But looking at the earlier part of the game, we see that there's still drop spot fights at Georgiopol City between FaZe Clan and LGD. Meanwhile, around Milta, we have Tianba and BTR. Maybe we have to talk about BTR and Tianba first, because it was, can say, almost a clean fight between them. It was a 4v4 fight, but then end up Lapa was eliminated from BTR, but then BTR are looking so sharp right now with their team fight.
Yeah, they're looking in a very dominant form, just like how FaZe Clan would have actually been if only the side of BTR have more spacing to work with, because they were also disrupted by the hard shift. They were playing on the northern end of Stalboy around the ocean, where they met with players like Sem9 and also PERSIJA EVOS later on. But overall, I think it was phenomenal on how FaZe Clan take all those fights. They walk away with 21 points, and the MVP of this matchup wouldn't be AJ. I'm pretty surprised myself. It was actually Rock.
Yep, Rock to steal the show with only one elimination, but with 675 damage for himself in the game just now. And we can see from the team contribution, 24%, pretty much we can say even for all of the players for ThunderTalk Gaming. Meanwhile, for the elimination leaders right now, what a surprise. But yeah, they engage a lot in early fights in the game, which we can see 3 players from FaZe Clan here, with Morman at the #1 spot with 5 kills, and Mela following up at the 2nd place. But still, maybe the difference is just from the damage.
Yeah, probably Onsens just have to take 1 or 2 more eliminations. He will be there on the block as well to see the whole FaZe Clan up there. But that's basically 4 out of 5 being taken by Thai players. Of course, we do have, what I do believe Luxy was there as well.
Yeah.
Now, FaZe Clan is only 1 point above ThunderTalk, so it is still going to be a long race going on. BTR, of course, they dropped out much earlier in this match. Now they're on number 3. Still a lot of work to do for those on the 2nd page, but we are seeing a lot of SEA teams on the front page.
Yeah, looking very consistent for FaZe Clan on the #1 spot with 23 points, but the gap is not that big for now, because we've just ended the 2nd game. Still 4 rounds to go for the rest of the day, and I feel like there's more to come from PL teams as they are more engaged to all of the team fights they're taking. But still, a little bit of question about TEC. They just lost a fight with XERXIA at a compound, which the same thing happened in Sanhok. They were defending it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a big question. What's happening to TEC right now?
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to work on how to play a little bit more defensively, but with these ongoing attacks coming in so swiftly, coming in from whichever C teams that they were facing off, it really felt like they didn't look ready at all. I would say the same about Tianba. And then I feel like the teams that are not really up to the par of expectation right now, other than the ones that you have mentioned, Alter Ego Ares, like this is a champion coming in from the PMSL, which we have seen them basically close games after games inside of Erangel. It didn't seem like they were even comfortable. Early game, they just kept getting clipped out of nowhere in the mid of rotation. It didn't seem like they get to even play the game.
Yeah, and we're going to see head-to-head between FaZe Clan and ThunderTalk Gaming again. A face-off between C team and a PL team, which eliminations are leaning towards FaZe Clan with 17 points. Meanwhile, ThunderTalk with 11. Total damage also leading on to FaZe Clan here with 2,888. Meanwhile, the total damage for Thundertalk is only 2,562. There's not much of a difference. And I feel like there's more to come for Thundertalk Gaming as AJ being a really handy player for them.
Yeah, on top of that, you can see the playstyle is so different between these top teams come from each region, where PEL, they're so calculated. Although they only have like, what, 11 eliminations so far, the damage numbers are almost equal to FaZe Clan, who in the last round got like 15 over frags. That is actually scary coming here from PEL.
Yeah, looking at the results right now, 112 points on the side of C teams and only 66 points for the PEL teams. But it is still too early to conclude who is better because it is still day one and we just finished 2 maps and there's 2 more Erangel to come. Will we see the same drop spot fight between FaZe and LGD and at Milta between BTR and Tianba? Are they going to switch it up? Because we can see that Gatka area, Quarry area and Ferry Pier is still clear, but it will be answered later on in game. But as for now, we will pass the mic again to our lovely casters, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
What's that?
I don't. Yeah, donut. I'm like, whatever.
Okay. Contra is just like trying to fill in, you know, like, okay,
sorry,
kind of like
Contra,
get
we
it.
don't feel that.
Yeah, got to do better next round, okay? But anyway, but speaking about doing better, right?
Yeah.
Alter Ego, they got to do better.
I mean, this is because they are the champions for PMS, so I'm giving the red carpets for all the champions today.
Nah, you are just Rosemary biggest fan.
That's kind of true.
Yeah.
I mean, it's surprising. None of us actually talking about PEL teams here. It's Vampires and Alter Ego.
Well, to be fair, we did the prediction before the game started, right? But for Vampire Esports, I mean, they are a strong team. Can't deny that as well. And how they won against Weibo earlier on was kind of nice. Yes, they had the man advantage, but still, you're up against Weibo, right? It's no pushover team. So maybe they will come up with the chicken dinner next.
I agree. Well, I mean, like, Weibo Gaming is a legacy team that one of the first few teams in the PEL to actually lift up the trophy as the first season, by the way. But speaking of the other teams, now, we don't want to undermine the other teams here. Don't underestimate any team at all in this tournament because anybody can actually lift the trophy by the end of the day here. But speaking of our next Erangel, we talked about how around Milta against Tianba versus BTR. Also, there's some scuffle here and there. And also, speaking of a circle, I mean, like, the circle was up north all the way just now, so definitely not enough land until the end. Will it be the same sort of tragedy for some of teams down there? We're heading into our second Erangel of the day.
Well, if you're sighing for the Northern Circle, let's get a military circle next.
For once.
For
right?
what?
For once.
It's been a while.
With me
Yes,
to watch the
with
game.
Choo Choo, all right? Okay, the last time I think we got a military circle.
I'm not there.
Yeah, you weren't there. Oh, yeah. Let's get one for Choo Choo, okay? But yeah, do keep an eye on Milta. Do keep an eye on Jogopol as well, North and South. North, no clash, but there were 2 teams. South, they were obviously a clash. So yeah, so far these 3 areas. But since we have like kind of like a different flight path from the from the south to the north this time, and we can see inside our military base, well, not directly at least.
But at the same time, I do wait if Pi will drop in SMB because that's going to be the second drop spot if the case of the flight path favors them. But for Vampires, it's going to be around Ferry PL Primorph this time. While we do have Thundertalk as per usual, going to drop himself in Nova Remnoye. This is quite even for the flight path this time. Everybody can drop wherever they fancy. It's not really an issue. The issue is always about the circle.
Wow, I like the confidence of Thundertalk Gaming. Just look at that. They send Rock alone inside of military base to loot. 3 of them in Nova. It's like they know that the entire military base is for them.
I mean, he was the last MVP. Why not?
Oh, yeah.
He's Rock the all-seeing.
Rock the all-seeing.
He just sees.
Oh, okay.
He's the undisputable Rock.
Ah, so he has eyes. It reminds me of that cartoon, like you have that orange with the eyes and the mouth.
Hey, orange. That one, right?
How does it sound like?
I know. It's super annoying, by the way, for the orange. But speaking of which, we do have Tianba versus BTR. That's going to be another Milta fight to just take over the reign on top of Milta.
Well, this time around, Tianba has the upper hand as Lapar is currently down. And looks like Gen Force as well. Ooh, ouchies.
Oh, knife.
Nice.
Fancy.
We see it now. One more to go for Tianba, and looks like they might complete their revenge.
That's definitely something that will hurt your dignity on the side. I mean, like, you're definitely going to be furious, right?
I'm glad you completed the sentence. But Satar now looks like all alone. But anyway, Satar is like the star man for BTR. And if anyone would be able to pull off a clutch, it would come from Satar.
You know, you don't want to jinx him. The moment you praise any players that happen to be on screen, they're done. They're so done, they're gone.
I mean, okay, at least good news for Satar. Tianba is going the other way.
Oh, lucky.
Yeah, and
He's
Satar
very
is like
lucky.
on the left, so it's like if he can sneak himself away, that'll be great.
Hopefully he will stay a bit longer. There's going to be one last BTR player. Just now, same fate against Alter Ego, Potato, right? So I have a feeling they will last long enough to be in top 5. Hopefully I didn't actually curse or jinx them. Back towards the start of Weibo Gaming. We talked about them so many times there, but we don't see a lot of actions coming out from them as well. Or is it just too early? It's day 1.
Yep, the best action that we saw was them against Vampire Esports, but yeah, it's just game number 2. Gotta give a benefit of the doubt. Just like how Rosemary now is reacting to K1. Nice double knockdown there by Rosemary himself.
Ooh.
My goodness, the Beast Mary is here.
He's here for the carry, but back to a son of Octa. What a compliment plays between 2 players here. Octa and Rosemary, you can never get enough of that play between this duo. Amazing.
Octa Mary, Rosta.
No, Octa Mary's better.
Octa Mary, yeah, let's take that. But for LGD instead, looks like they still have company here. And it's still going to be the same. And FaZe Clan will still want to challenge South Jogofo out of LGD's hands.
Mela just giving off a bit of pressure warning to the side of LGD in that warehouse. Took a bit of damage in. Onzas will be revived by Mela. He was hoping that Nate just now will stop LGD from giving the pressure, but Weibo Gaming taking another level of plays here as Suk finish off and steals away blasting from afar.
Oh man, that's a steal there with an M249. Can he get another one though? Okay. But the fact that he got that one, that's already a big bonus. But it's not a big bonus at all for LGD. Again, another 0-point round for them.
But Satar, this is the moment you've been waiting for.
Okay.
They made a U-turn, so it's not that lucky now, is he?
I mean, he has a shotgun though, so... I mean, if any like weapon, at least the one that he's holding, the shotgun will be the best at this kind of range. But I'm sure he wish it would have been a DBS instead.
Yeah, that's kind of true. And not just that, if Tianba managed to secure so many hand grenades or even throwables at this point, might actually get flushed out from his hiding spot or that corner. Waiting just for Tianba to leave. Satar, restless, waiting around that corner, hugging it out, not even trying to move.
Yeah, interestingly, that they are super duper cautious, circling around, trying to find where Satar is at. And Satar is just like at that real edge. But if you kind of think about it, like if Satar wants to get out of Milta, the moment he step out, it's an open field for him. So I guess he's thinking of like, I don't want to take that risk as well.
True. He can survive as long as he can for side of Satar here. But if there's another contender coming in and passing by there, that's going to be difficult for Satar to just hold his horses. Bamboo from TEC. Try to scout things out for the entire team. Might actually gather some information, collecting as much as he can. Try to bait any shots from these guys, and they took the bait anyhow for Pigfeet.
Wow, Pigfeet trying to pick a fight with TEC, who's circling around. So with that information, that shot from an M16, that will signal to them that, okay, someone's there, so let's not do it. They're basically doing the scouting work. And considering that TEC is currently like at number 15 with only 4 points collected, I guess confidence level is not at their best.
Well, difficult, I must say. I mean, like, we do remember they are a bit late warm-up players, a bit of late bloomers on the side of TEC, even during their prime finals of the summer's PEL recently. But on the side of Bamboo, Feels like they don't have a certain objectives here for TEC. It feels like they're going blind. While Wolves Esports happen to be around the other side of the corner, and Pambu, I think he trying to find any opportunity he can get by himself. Feels like TEC plan right now. Everybody for themselves. That's it.
Well, let's see. I don't know, because I noticed like even in the previous round, like when we were like stage 1, stage 2, they had a very big spread. Not to say that that's wrong. That's just how they play. And I guess they just want to like try to secure as big as a perimeter as possible. But can't say the same for Sata. He's all alone. And it's now time for him to do something.
No, not Suzhou Tianba can sniff off his hiding spot, and here comes the entire cavalry trying to wipe him out. But Suzhou still not going to move. He's waiting, just staring around. That crosshair covers, and Tianba jumps and down. Suzhou,
Oh, calm down.
we will remember you.
Yes, you will be remembered. However, at least he got a chicken dinner today, so it's not too bad for BTR. I mean, it could be just one of those rounds, right, that you can, you know what? You can't be perfect every single round. One of those rounds you can just let go.
Yeah, it's just human not to be perfect in every way possible here. If you're not human, it's a different story. I'm sorry if I offend non-human in this case. But the circle will shift, might be on top of Quarry or might be going up north all the way, where we do have quite crowded hospital, where FaZe guarding to his Weibo Gaming. That's going to be the choke point on top of Jogopul Bridge, where FaZe Clan waiting, or will they leave? Vampires already breach out, get themselves in the southern side, getting themselves almost in the center of the circle, even nobody's stopping them.
Yes, we got TEC there, Vampire there, Wolf as well, not too far. So we got at least 3 teams kind of comfortable within the circle. And for TEC, they had a good spread at stage 1 circle. Now, the moment the circle shifted to stage 2, they start to get together a bit more. So I guess to them, it's like a slight shift of how they position themselves as a team.
And I have to look at the clock just now, just to make sure that it's not my brain or not just the graphic kind of stuck there. They definitely, nothing moves. Actually, the timer keeps ticking.
Yeah, I had that 1 second moment as well.
It's not just me.
Until the fuel was... until the fuel was used, until the gas was like filled up. So, okay. My brain is still working, okay.
Yeah, we're not having brain lags here, but on the side of TeamPAI. Now, TeamPAI Esports Club, we don't talk about this team enough, but at the same time, they're being tricky, they're being sneaky, but sometimes they work on their side. But this time it might be, because only one player of Thunder Talk happened to be appearing on the other end where they're heading to. And Rock, oh my God! Still land on 4 wheels.
Not too bad, not too bad. I was a little bit more worried the fact that he could be in a position that the high gun could shoot onto him, but that was pretty lucky of him as well. But for Thunder Talk Gaming, not interested in visitors, will take down 77 from Wolves.
Dreaming. Been sacrificed early in the last map just now. This time he got to join in with the fight this time. Playing at the back line. XERXIA taking on FaZe. Venturas down again. RNJ this time happened to be in close contact against the players of FaZe Clan. Megamind taking a bit of a lip of FaZe, going straight head on by himself.
We go first name, will not connect. A counter name from FaZe Clan. Same result. So it looks like FaZe Clan is not interested to continue on the fight. But look at Venturas. He is still there. Knocked out by RNJ. So the IGI himself is currently in trouble and will be eliminated. Same goes for Moment on his knees.
The punctured tire just now flat out forced him to go for a drift for Moment. That just gives him so much open space to be shot down by these guys. There's he fighting back. Here comes Chopper from behind him. Melabing's exposed. Oh, they spot him out. Chopper straight away for the DPS. They just let him go by. What is that?
Well. Looks like they were kind of distracted, but finally they got Mela anyway. So 1 more to go from FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan eliminated from the face of this earth.
Oh my, from the highs to the lows for FaZe Clan, quite early for the eliminations, but at least they got themselves 3 points in the back for now. I was so surprising. How can they not see that one right across them just now?
But they still got it. So I guess that's fine at the end of the day.
And redeemed himself in the very last minute. Nice touch.
Yeah. But for Alter Ego, they will be looking to redeem themselves this round, but they have to fight against Sem9. Sem9, nice circle around. One person at the lower ground, same goes for Dep as well, but the punctured vehicle looks like Tam will need to hitch a ride and he will continue on to the high ground, but they will share the compound with Alter Ego. They don't really need to push in yet. All they need to do is just make sure that Alter Ego doesn't come to them.
The problem is we do know Alter Ego doesn't like to share, so there's chance they will actually try to push all the way towards the corner for Sem9. So all the options, either Sem9 can actually go out from the compound or just fight it straight head on. Now, the moment we mention it, Rosemary start to take actions there.
And the elimination feed now showing Rosemary taking out Mikkel. Like Sem9, they need to fight back though. Mikkel is currently out, so 3 players active for Sem9. As for XERXIA, they're on hunt at this round. 4 elimination points already, but still on the outside of the circle.
Z, the only one without any sort of threat for XERXIA. But the rest of XERXIA definitely waiting for Weibo Gaming to start to move. I think they know for a fact there's somebody way deep in the blue zone, but Sem9 from the pan to the fire. And now, after running away from that beast, Mary, they have to fight another beast differently. It's going to be TeamPAI waiting at the other end.
Oh yeah, let's see how Sem9 will deal with this. Not the position that they would have wanted because they were forced to stop halfway and they only had 1 vehicle. So that's a little bit of a risk there if they were to continue on. But speaking about continuing on, MORPY continue to fight with XERXIA.
RNJ giving one big nade straight in the face, but that's going to be a returning favor from Cleon. Here comes Cleon again. Bubu waiting at the back line. Cleon down to 50% of HP, while RNJ will be revived by Chopper. But DBS already prepped up on the side of Choppers, and same goes for the side of Morph, both reviving their own teammates.
Yeah, trade back there, ladies and gentlemen. XERXIA now prepping out another day. It's going to be XERXIA now onto Morph GPX. But at the same time, look at the elimination feed. Looks like Sem9, they're losing the plot against PEI.
Z trying to find any way to actually try to shut down Morph, while the other end we do have Alter Ego facing a bit of a problem down there against Sem9 and PEI. Sorry, Sem9 and PEI. There's no trade done. Sem9 is definitely losing this one out. They're quite in the center of attention here. They have to even sacrifice one of the members. But XERXIA fighting for their grounds.
Man, that was close, but XERXIA with the DBS gameplay gets one for himself. And they're not done yet with this fight. RNJ together with XERXIA unfortunately will be knocked down, but the nade by RNJ, knocking out multiple members of both GPX, and RNJ becomes the savior of XERXIA.
RNJ is just on in his top form here today. Twice in a row now, when it's so crucial, he managed to deliver. On the side of WBG or Weibo Gaming, they spot them went out. A lot of noise is being given by the side of XERXIA, now definitely attracted the entirety of Weibo Gaming to have a bit of a challenger. They do have 2 vehicles on the side of XERXIA if they want to leave. They're down to only 2 players to have to fight the entire cavalry of Weibo Gaming. That's a bit challenging.
Oh, I wonder where the Weibo Gaming came from because they don't have vehicles. Seems like they came from the sea. And now their only option is to charge in onto XERXIA, finish them off and take their vehicles away. And that's exactly what they would do against RNJ.
Gap managed to just take on one. RNJ cannot be safe at all. But down to XERXIA, last player, XZ, have to flee. But the bullets flying over their side. Nobody wants to be at his receiving end right now. It's going to be super painful. The moment he jumps out from that fire, it's going to be one more team you have to cross about. But Gap not willing to let him leave just yet. Chasing the tails. But PERSIJA EVOS saw this. They definitely see this one coming. His smoke up vehicle, one crash and he's done for XZ.
Oh man, he is threading on thin ice right now. XZ being shot at. Oh no, XZ! Oh no! And it's going to be SG from PEI who takes him out.
He wants a bit of that pie. Delicious. But on the side of PERSIJA EVOS, they're not done. Weibo Gaming is there to fight them, and PERSIJA EVOS taking up the challenge head on.
Okay, here we go. Nate prepped up by Zuxi. But because it's a moving vehicle, it's going to be hard for him to hit that. But anyway, that's information collected. But pressure as on his opponent instead, with PERSIJA EVOS having the circle advantage to try to block out Weibo.
XERXIA reposition himself to see all the necessary angles needed. Luxy, a bit of a firing on that side, giving a bit of a warning shot. Try to jump out. PERSIJA EVOS, do they leave or do they stay? Feels like they need to leave here because more teams will be approaching on the side, including TeamPAI, who happen to be getting themselves a bonus point just now. FaZe going up on the second floor. And FaZe, I love this guy. I'm waiting for him to actually just, warm up and just go for actions.
Yeah, and put everyone red to face then. And now for Weibo Gaming, still on the other side of the circle, putting pressure on the PEI. Managed to get a knockdown to Eagle. Weimar will be the one who does it. And now their problem is that how are they going to get across? Okay, they have a buggy, but we're talking about stage 4 to stage 5 circle. And if they don't do it fast, it's going to be hard. Now, PERSIJA was not going to be making it easy for Weibo Gaming, putting pressure onto them, not allowing them to come in.
FaZe choking out the entirety of Weibo Gaming by himself with PEI the other side of the corner. Weibo Gaming don't have a way out at all. Surrounded, cornered, and in oblivion they go after two teams smashed them down from two different angles entirely. 76 spotted out by PERSIJA EVOS returns with a reply by giving a bit of a shot on that side, but this gives opportunity, but never mind, I take that back. That's going to be the loss of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, number 8 with 3 elimination points. Now, circle-wise, it moved up north, and look who's there. Vampire Esports is there. TEC is there as well within the circle. PEI, not too far away. PERSIJA EVOS, close by too. But I think the more interesting part is going to be on the south. Where is Wolf going to go? Are they going to crash onto TEC? Now, 77H is close by. Thunderdog Gaming has the same question as well. Where are they going to go? Who are they going to crash in? Maybe Wolf, or maybe to the left onto Vampire?
I mean, like Thunderdog has been playing super conservative. They love playing it very late, right? They're always taking the blue zone. They always have enough supply to last them long enough. So I think it's all about timing for the side of Thunderdog. But for Vampires, happen to be nearby. Tianba, spotted out by Adye. QZZ, trying to take that very small space for himself. But at least he got himself a couple of smokes to last himself long enough to survive. But this is a very dangerous game he's playing.
Man, QZZ on fire at this moment. Not the type of fire that he would have wanted, but he managed to get a knockdown to Jay. But from afar, it had to be the Wolves barking at him, howling at him, eliminating them at number 7.
Oh, the Wolves are howling, definitely. But they lost 77 and in the process. They need to revive him here before TEC start to finish him off. And nobody noticed him being knocked down now. Thunderdog, on the other hand, they're not willing to take up so many fights early. So they want to take it slower. Just as long as they last top 5 or top 3, that's where they start gun blazing around. But 77 will be saved by his teammates. Pickfit is there to pick him up. Remember, on the other hand, are scouting out or being the front line of TEC. But look at TEC. The Titans are repositioning themselves to trap in Wolves and box them in.
Yeah, gathering the information. And it's very likely that's going to be their plan. Assuming that the circle does move away, the pressure is going to be on the Wolves on trying to get across. And it's not only TEC they need to manage. There's another team on the left with a similar advantage that they need to cut across as well. So it's not going to look good for Wolves unless if the circle still favors them.
Well, fingers crossed then for the sort of Wolf. So far, the prediction has been on point for the circles. So can they do it again for the Wolves? But on the side of Tony K, valiantly trying to just boldly pushing himself, attempt to take the fight, but is quite in the open and finally being punched by Eagle of TeamPAI. PEI can have a clear view towards two sides here and can get any of his liking. And one more for the side of Eagle. This is just incredible view for PEI.
Wow, definitely eagle eye shooting there by him. And now it could potentially be an eagle eye nade throw as he moves back over to Rock at this moment. He has Wolves to deal with. And now Wolves, they are making their move onto Thunderdog Gaming. Thunderdog Gaming has no choice but try to defend their ground against the enemy.
Pig feet. Spotted out Thunderdog. Oh, look at the bombardments across that side. Wolves, they are close to nothing here. They need to get out from this corner just to stay alive a bit longer. Jay, on the other hand, holding the ground while Rock prepping up the nade. Dreamy going for the off angle. They cannot even pick out inside of Wolf, but we do have TEC coming in with a bit of a skerfuffle, being shot down by Dreamy instead.
Yeah, interestingly by Dreamy. I mean, well, you don't really choose allies here. You just shoot whoever that you can see. And Thunderdog Gaming, 2 knockdowns onto the Wolves. And now Wolves, they are falling apart. The only one active player left that is going to be Pigfeet. But he will be picking his feet in the lobby.
But aside of Thunder Talk, surprisingly, despite they are a bit busy on what's in front, they have the focus and the time to focus on what's on the left and right side as well. That's just incredible view and alertness coming up from sort of Thunder Talk here. Still having 4 players, 4 rosters for all teams remaining as the top 4. The only one coming up from SEA is going to be just Vampires this time. While the PL team, they start to warm up in the last round, and this is where things get a bit chaotic than it's supposed to be.
Oh yeah, we got 3 PEL teams at this moment. Let's see if Vampire Esports representing the Southeast Asian teams can pull off something big. But now, looking at the current situation, Vampire Esports going up against Thunderdog Gaming, and they have the advantage with Stone, coupled with Ravenclaw to knock down Jay.
So the K spotted out Dreamy, just gonna shoot him down. Pixel shots from that angle towards that vehicle, hoping it will explode, but they need to cover themselves at the same time because PEI come up from behind and Dreamy got one on Stone. That's gonna be Vampires start to breach in because Ravenclaw just down on his knees, down to 2 players of Vampires being surrounded left, right and center.
Oh, here we go. Smile, putting a smile onto his own face by taking down Schweppes from Vampire Esports. Now, circle-wise, it's closing. We have about a minute left before we see the next piece of the circle. Jay will be finished off by Ravenclaw. Rock trying to find his next target. At this moment, it's going to be TEC trying to take advantage as well, trying to get a knockdown onto Dreamy.
Dreamy still dreaming out there. Nobody's shooting him and nothing will be connecting, even though 97 tried to tap him out, but instead 97 got punished instead, giving away his position towards the teams at their back. And while PEI, on the other hand, spotted out Dreamy amongst the smoke. That's going to be random shots, but still managed to secure anyhow. All the Rock is no more cooking down there. It's done and dusted. We're down to only 2 teams left. PEI 4v4 against TEC.
Well, PEI is now unstoppable with at least 10 elimination points. So let's see who will get this chicken dinner. But it's definitely going to be a team from PEL. As now, look at the current situation. TEC, they seem to be in a fairly comfortable position, but then again, let's check out the circle. Stage number 7, and it favors onto PEI. They have a huge advantage of taking this home.
Not just huge advantage for the position, they got themselves high Q volume as well. 10 eliminations by far. They're trying to break for what FaZe had offered just now, but still not going to be enough. But back to a sort of Eagle. Such a good reaction coming from these guys. SG alongside with Small finish off another Suki. The most pivotal play for TEC is down. They're having a bit of a problem. SG go all the way to the blues, and that was incredible.
Okay, here we go. Can TEC make a comeback now? They are still on the outside of the circle. 10 more seconds before the zone starts to close in. But before that, TEC will secure the elimination points. Now PEI, only Eagle left. Can he win against the 2 from TEC? He is at the lower ground at this moment. Can he get the first knockdown? And yes, he will. 1 more to go. Switches to NM4.
Bullets running low. Not enough for the magazines. He got barely enough. Minutes running out. Needs a reload. No way. Punch it out. No. It's gonna be TEC. I got money, even it's later. But PEI, what a game just now. Incredible.
Man. I mean, both teams, that was an amazing ending. If not because the bullets were out, then we might see PEI getting that chicken dinner. But because the bullets were out, TEC took advantage of that. No circle, no problem. Chicken dinner is to Titan Esports Club.
Finally, even though, we always thought it's going to be TeamPAI winning that one. They are so aggressive, just showcasing such productive gameplay. But TEC, yeah, we do know about the high ground, low ground, but in this case, I don't feel like the grounds actually make that much of disadvantage in the case of TeamPAI. It's just the bullets, not enough.
Man, I just had to look at the highlight between Tianba and BTR. one player from BTR hardly landed and he was taken out by Tianba. So that made them like 3v4 very, very early on.
I have a feeling we might have a bit of a revenge for tomorrow or even later. I think we still have one more Erangel after this, so it's going to be a bit of a repeating revenge for, you know, Milta area.
Yeah, now we'll keep an eye on that, definitely. It's 1-1 so far between the two. But other than that, I would say that this round, what an ending it was, especially involving Thundertalk Gaming as well as Titan Esports Club. It could have gone either way, honestly.
Just those bullets, man.
Yeah.
Dante only 8 left in that magazine. He needs to reload. He got the time, but it's never going to be enough. That must be frustrating for the sort of TeamPAI. That close to get that chicken, but at least they secure themselves double-digit elimination. Did they manage to go more than 10 in the very last minute?
I think for Thundertalk Gaming, they did. Because the last time we saw they had at least 10, so they probably got a couple more, so maybe it's like 12 or 13 or so. But for Titan Esports Club, I mean, this is a comeback round for them, considering that their first 2 rounds wasn't that great. This chicken dinner is a statement that they're here to stay.
Maybe they just started warming up. I mean, the first 2 maps, it's always something like, you know, our fingers still having a bit of cramp here and there. Now our joints are very flexible. It's something that we can do. And definitely shows that they are made to win in the second Erangel just now. But speaking of which, when it comes to chicken ratio, we're still going to have PL more than the side of SEA.
True. Yes, looks like the votes are showing.
Quite accurate.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. You guys out there can be... No, don't be casters. Because if they start being casters and they do that vote, like it will go like the casters curse way. But anyway, speaking about the casters curse, we're not going to curse them anymore. We're going to transfer the curse to the analyst desk. Analyst curse, take it away.
I don't think there's any curse here, Cairo. I think like things are pretty much on point.
Push it away to them.
Well, let's push it back later on, but like there's a lot to talk about this game.
Yep.
That 1 versus 1 to close it all out. This is a PEL dominance, and now we see TAC taking the first spot.
Yeah, it was crazy for the third map of the day just now. How we saw the last fight. It was very chaotic. There was no bullets left for Eagle to fight with his opponents, and yeah, props must be given to TEC. It was a classic showtime for PL match, I guess. We see 3 guys just get in one car and running it down to secure the winner chicken dinner for them, and the split wasn't working enough for TeamPAI, and yeah, props given to TEC for sure.
Yeah, amongst the 3 that is on the top of the podium for this matchup itself, Thundertalk Gaming, they were so focused on the side of TEC, but the way that they also got obliterated was by having TeamPAI. So in this whole game itself, I've been observing them. They've been basically third-partying most of all these points in order to get that 10 elimination across the map. They've been holding on to areas, but when push comes to shove, I think that TEC does it the best. They just book for the hills, and they say, you know what? I got Shadow. He's going to get us covered up, and he is the MVP of this round.
Yep, the MVP of the match with 4 elimination points, 587 damage coming out from him, with 39% of team contribution, with longest elimination of 116 meters. He was the last one alive in the team. He has to clutch it up. He has to bring his A game, and he managed to secure another winner chicken dinner in the back for the PL teams. And we have Rock here to replace the elimination leaders. I'm guessing this is for the previous round, which is map 3, with 5 eliminations, followed by 76 from TeamPAI, Shadow with 4 kills, and following up by Octa with the same points, and RNJ at the 5th place with 3 points. And to keep you guys up to speed with the overall rankings, PEL teams are now on top again.
Yeah, and in just a matter of 1 match, you could just see huge points swinging in their favor. But what is certain right here is that we're looking at Thundertalk Gaming being pretty much the most consistent team so far. The most consistent coming in from the side of Southeast Asia has to be FaZe Clan. Most of these rounds, we did see them at least finishing up on 2nd, finishing up on 3rd with high elimination points that puts them on in the placing. If you look at FaZe Clan, they only got 6 placement points.
Yeah, and looking at Tianba being in 15th place, this is a bit of a flashback of what happened to them during PMWI, which they didn't perform very well. They were the champion of PL Spring, but then going into PMWI placed 10, and now for PMRC facing off teams from Southeast Asia, it feels like Tianba couldn't really adapt to put out their playstyle into the games that they're playing, and I feel like they need to do some major adjustments on how they're approaching fights.
You know what kind of adjustments they have to make?
What?
Get out of Milta. Like,
Yes.
but then again, they won that last round though against BTR. BTR didn't really get many points because Tianba just stopped them right there, and you saw what happened. The sprays on the boxes by the end of it is like, yeah, they still want Milta for themselves. So question is, moving into round 4, like this is where somebody's got to give. Like now it's 1-1. Do you think it's BTR or do you think it's Tianba?
I feel like it's going to be BTR because they're not giving up for sure. Milta is their birthplace, I can say, but then Tianba, it's up to them really to still giving BTR a fight or maybe just move to another draw spot, because as we can see from the second Erangel, there's still places to go which is still empty to be filled with any teams basically. And we have to mention about LGD losing twice to FaZe Clan in Georgia Pearl City. Is this really working for them? Is this really worth it, taking early fights and then losing it out on every Erangel match, which happens to be the most map to play in the day?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many areas to play. Georgia Pearl is such a huge place to be, right? You can take north, you can play south. But both sides, they say, I want south. I want to play around the containers. And the worst part about playing in that field is that you don't really have covers, right? If you don't secure the warehouse, and if you're playing around the containers, if you don't have your teammates with you, and at the same time, if you have 2 teams fighting for those loots, you might start off with maybe just pistols. So it really is the luck of the draw when it comes down to the first 3 minutes of the game. How equipped are they to actually take on these fights? And I think like for the past 2 rounds, it did work out for this team.
Yeah, but maybe we can talk a little bit more about what's happening on further maps, which is left with 1 Erangel and remaining with 2 maps of Miramar. But without further ado, we are going on a short break and we'll catch you guys later on. Bye-bye. We are back from the short break and we have 3 maps remaining. 1 more Erangel and 2 more Miramar. And as we can see from the results, PL teams are catching up. 127 points on their side, but then C teams are still leading with 144 points if I'm not mistaken. But in terms of chicken dinner, PL teams, they are on top right now.
Yeah, and not only that, we're looking at Thunder Talk currently holding that #1 spot. Though the margins is not too wide for other teams to also chase up, I still feel like it is already a statement when you saw that last map. It was 3 PEL teams fighting each other. But even so, we can start to see that even within the PL region itself, there are very distinct playstyle coming from each respective team, where you saw how Titan Esports Club was so aggressive towards the end. PAI, or TeamPAI, I would call it, they are basically a little bit more strategic, going for third parties. But before we get into the thick of the next game, we got a whole lot more things for you guys to check out in the game itself, where you got the new team mode, Zombies Edge, to get a bite of victory. You got to claw through all these zombies. You know, like, we play a lot of zombie games. I am a big fan of zombie games. Are you?
I love zombie games, and this new edition would make a great color to the game itself for maybe not competitive players, but to all of you guys are currently loving PUBG Mobile with the new mods, new skins, and you have to try this mod that is just released by PUBG Mobile. Must be a new experience for you guys to play with.
Yeah, perfect for the Halloween theme right now going on. And not only that, you can also check out the new collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as your favorite fast food chain, KFC. This is where you get all your winner chicken dinners here with KFC.
Yep, and you can get it at your local store. And I feel like can say that the meal, the setup with KFC and PUBG Mobile collaboration is a very nice team, because yeah, it's a winner chicken dinner, man. And it really correlates around KFC theme, which is chicken, obviously. And I feel like you guys should enjoy your KFC x PUBG Mobile team in Erangel, Miramar Nusa, and plus they got this one edition where when you heal in game, you'll hear the theme sound of KFC.
Oh, wow. It's finger licking good. Okay. I just love how it not only integrates inside of the game, but also in all their chains of restaurants as well. I believe all over the world currently happening, or should I say at the very least, Southeast Asia here. We recently have this being launched like probably within the week itself. So I was hoping to check it out. Chuchu was telling me how good the brand new set is. So yeah, maybe after this we can go for supper if any of it is still open.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Speaking of chicken dinners though, like last round, 1v1.
Oh,
and it was TEC versus TeamPAI, right? Like I was really rooting for TeamPAI because like the way that they play was not really the most direct of fights for most part. And then like it was TEC just saying, you know, Shadow's got that DPS. Shadow's just gonna push. And then it really goes down to that final bullet. That final bullet to get chicken dinner. What if it had been any different on how TeamPAI could have actually played that out?
Could be, because we've seen that Clutches played very well around Erangel map. We see that TeamPAI players are positioned very well and their firepower is crazy amount. And I feel like maybe with a chance of a bit of a luck and bullets on their side, maybe they can win out the game, and Shadow could be placed #2 and TEC wouldn't be placed as the winner just now. But I feel like, yeah, it all comes down to luck in the last minute round. Yeah. But then talking about third party, about TeamPAI, right? We saw just now MORPY tried to third party at the compound of XERXIA after they finished their fight. It was a 2v4 match, but XERXIA played it very well. They managed to eliminate MORPY in a blink of an eye and just destroy them before coming into the compound.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up XERXIA because this wasn't the only round that they do these kind of miraculous clutch plays. I believe the round before that in the first Erangel, they have always had that added pressure coming from teams, and somehow they can always flip the coin around and say, hey, I'm the boss of this place right now.
Yeah.
Now, going into the final Erangel though, like it's been 2 matches that PEL side has won. Are we looking at another PL win right here in Erangel?
It could be that, but then as we've seen that Vampire Esports, they are not backing down without a fight. They were hunted down by 3 PL teams in the final moments in the last map of Erangel, but then yeah, the numbers aren't with them, but then I feel like Vampire Esports would give a big fight in the next Erangel.
All right, and I guess like we'll just have to wait and see, but I believe that there's just going to be a lot more banter going on the other side of the desk because we're going to pass it back to Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
Man, the action from that previous round is just so insane that Contrast is starting to fall off. Well, not fall off, but drop. Okay, you get what I
if
mean.
it's fall off, you can have your twin down there.
Yeah, I keep telling him it's not that bad, you know.
Okay, speaking of, if only that's a real life situation, if he got a knife, Eagle from TeamPAI can just knife his toe, his opponent's toe right in front of him just now. But there's this PUBG Mobile, ladies and gents. And maybe you want to keep some pistol around there somewhere in case that happens again for TeamPAI.
I mean, you hardly see like pistol being like one of the secondary weapons of the players, right? If anyone were to like have that last 1v1 moment for the chicken dinner and can still pull out a pistol,
Knife it.
yeah,
Go.
that would have been an insane moment.
But speaking of knifing, right? Don't forget about Milton knife just now between TeamPAI and also BTR. There's going to be another revenge going on. I mean, like I actually talked about K1 before, but it never popped up. But TEC, and this time, surprisingly, we are both going for PL team.
Yeah, a little bit late to the party, but it's okay. yeah, it's still up there. So talk me through your thoughts about like Titan now.
I mean, like, so far, we do see them a bit slow start at first, but we can see all the PL teams start to warming up. And speaking of Erangel, no chicken for the sort of SEA team in Erangel just yet.
Oh yeah,
Only in Sanhok, that's it.
the one that BTR got it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would like to see, since it's going to be the last Erangel for today, I would also like to see like what our analyst desk mentioned. Is it going to be worth it for LGD to fight FaZe Clan in South Jogopul? Because it is the most maps being played in a single day.
And not just that, it depends on the flight path. What I notice about PEL teams are they are so flexible. They always can adapt towards any flight path. So their drop spot usually going to depend on that flight path, except for some circumstances where it's within their reach for their premier drop spot. Like example, we talked about Pochinki before. Nobody trying to contest Pochinki. Wolves are the only one that actually there.
Yeah, if only D Xavier is playing, then maybe we might see a
Yeah.
Pochinki contest. But the fact that they're taking a break until the PMGC League stage, which will be happening later, earlier next month, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, this is going to be the last Erangel for today, so keep your eye again onto Milta as well as South Jogopul, the hotspots. Let's see if it still be hot and spicy.
Hot and spicy is the usual snack plate for KFC, where everybody will order hot and spicy. There are people who ordered original.
I know a friend who orders mix, like one original and one hot
It's
and
like,
spicy.
I want to play roulette, like, or maybe I got hot and spicy this time, or maybe, you know, whenever you pick a chicken.
Yeah, like walk up to the counter, to the cashier, and it's like, okay, surprise me.
When a mix.
Yeah. Surprise me with a mix, yeah.
But I do agree with Contra. Yes, I actually love the latest. For Malaysia, we do have the barbecue chicken, which is one of the best. It's actually spicier than hot and spicy.
I never tried that. So
No, it's actually spicier. I mean, like, for my tongue and my palate, it's a bit spicier. But you should try it. Maybe you can join them for the supper tonight.
join Contra. I'll put it like, I'll join him when he cuts his hair. But anyway, he's not here to listen to that. But anyway, the LGD. Oh, looks like it's a little bit of a stop. Okay, LGD and FaZe Clan is still happening, but now we also have Weibo versus Vampire Esports. Let's go.
Now, this is going to be really rousy for all the teams. Might actually more than 4 teams fighting. Make it even like 6 or 7 now, if there's a third party coming in. But FaZe Clan managed to shut down on Cat on Mau Mau. That's going to be from sort of LGD losing 1 man with no trade coming at all. Chung Si coming out from the back line, just trying to go for support fire, where you can't even see through that building. But finally can see one, he shoots him down.
Oh, and he got Mela. What a key players for FaZe Clan. So at least a 3v3 at this moment between LGD and FaZe Clan. CC, nice off angle there. Gotta give it to him. Now Momon with a micro Uzi in hand. Looks like he's going to go in, but Mela is back up as well. So, yeah, FaZe Clan still has this advantage.
And don't forget about FaZe Clan holding the record with the most elimination in one single map here. 15, that's the number for day 1 by BTR and Tianba. We talked about BTR lost before this, and Tianba knifed them out. There's definitely going to be a revenge fight between these 2 teams.
Well, so far the revenge is working out. GenForce got his first elimination against Tianba. So nice, looking for more. Looking good for them so far. Again, the circle is not at Milta, so time is not on either of their side.
A bit suffocating what GenForce is wearing. Covers the entire face there. But Tianba, on the other hand, barely got enough for themselves. No throwables in the hands of YDD. Ren, on the other hand, do have rifles to work with, but level 1 of armor is not going to hold strong against Boichi with the DBS. There goes down. Tianba losing a lot of men. Heavy casualty.
It looks like if there's a direct approach, like both teams landed down, looted decently, then BTR has that advantage. Now, Tianba, they won that previous fight because they took out 1 player from BTR before he even managed to land. But speaking about trading it back, Tianba losing an member to GenForce. Lapa takes out YDD, and there you go. Revenge completed.
A lot of messes from that last spray of Death Box, by the way. But yeah, things are getting hot and spicy here, definitely. That's Milta. So far, how are the scores between the 2 teams again? I think it's 2-1 for now. BTR actually winning twice so far. So yeah, I think this is going to be keep it going for until tomorrow.
Is this the repeat of the first Erangel? Because it's the exact same circle. Man, Morph GPX.
Second chance.
Second chance for them to do it again.
Don't watch it. They actually got the circle just like how they did before. But this time back to the side of LGD. He's not done yet for Chung Si. He still wants to take out the entirety of FaZe Clan members, being a bit far apart from the rest of the team, trying to shoot from the outside. Well, nobody actually gave enough attention for Thunder Talk. Now, Thunder Talk, they have been playing very slow and going into the circle very late, but it's working out perfectly well for them.
You know what? The other area I'm looking at is Yasnaya. We have K1 and PERSIJA EVOS. But now FaZe Clan, coming back to them, this time around they eliminated CC, the off-angle player, thanks to Ventores. And now no one is at an off-angle. They know the rest of LGD. They are in the same building, in the same area. So all they need to do is to focus onto this building to wipe out the rest of LGD.
It's so crucial for Chung Si to actually stay alive just now. He's the only one can make a bit of a flip for the side of LGD since he got himself off angle position. That's nobody can shut him down. Except for FaZe Clan members spot him out a bit earlier than it's supposed to be. But Cat, the DBS waiting. More would be shut down with a spray from the micro Uzi, blasting, making sure he's on his knees. Mela with no helmet, no gears. That's a bit of a risk, but on here he comes. No way.
I have a lot of questions with that move, but let's see who wins this fight at the end of the day. As Cat is just on the inside. He knows that revive was attempted by Mela, so Mela doesn't have the space to pick up Momo now, joined by Ventores. It's going to be Mela and Ventores two OG players. Let's see if Mela can get anything more out of this. Coming onto the left, but Mela taken up by Blessing. Only Ventores left, the captain himself. And even Ventores is out, and finally, LGD wins against FaZe Clan.
LGD. I mean, that was questionable, like you mentioned. Ventores have a shot with that shotgun just now, but I have a feeling he was overthinking himself, thinking that maybe they have a DBS or maybe they're trying to push down with a nade. So he backed up all the way where he's supposedly to be the anchor for the team that time to shut down whoever comes down the stairs. But you know, it's a bit of a hunch thing. It's lucky or not moment. Things just happen anyway.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where I wish we can get an interview so we can, you know, get to know exactly what happened. But maybe later on, our analyst desk will be able to break down for us. But as of now, the score between LGD and FaZe Clan is 2-1, and 2 still onto FaZe Clan. So with the 3 rounds of Erangels as of now, I would say that this might be carried forward to tomorrow.
That's kind of true. Maybe until the end of the day for PMRC. But Alter Ego here starts the action. Spotted out TeamPAI across them. Octa will try to reposition himself on the battleground to see where TeamPAI is moving towards. So the direction is going straight, trying to find the location of TeamPAI all by himself. Octa being the scouter, try to mark his parameters for the team. But on the other side, TeamPAI is actually moving the other way around. So it's quite far-fetched for Octa to try to hunt them down here.
Yeah, I guess their focus is trying to get into the northern side first. And not only that, trying to get a good, secure position. So avoiding fire at this moment, great.
Oh.
It looks like we have a substitution graphic this time. So Alva is in, replacing Potato, who had a long dip in the water in one of the rounds, the first Erangel today.
I think he's traumatized by it. He needs a break for now.
Yeah.
But maybe they are prepping up Alva to warm him up for the next match, which is going to be Mirama. That might be the case here because the Indonesian teams love to swap the players according to the maps.
Oh, yeah, that's right. If only Boom Esports was playing, right? Then,
Oh my god, no.
yeah, then our graphic designer will have a lot of work to do.
Even us have a lot of work to do just to see who's playing that time.
And we'll be playing guessing the player every round.
That was fun back in the days. But for Team Wolves or Wolves Esports, remember, spotted out some players just across the horizon. Not taking any action so far. Thunder Talk, they do have another contender for late comers, which is going to be BTR. Is that the last play for BTR?
BTR? Okay, I see Sata. It shouldn't be because they won it against Tianba, kind of okay. But we'll probably get a better answer later on once the whole graphic shows up. But look at the circle. It's not going to be exactly Severny this time, but instead it's going to be a tougher one. There is that possibility that small little island on top of the water house might be the next or the final phase.
The one that coming on the right side, that's going to be a lot of choke points for them as Vampire Shrubs taking on Gap. Weibo Gaming losing 1 player quite early this time. You're on the second stage where everybody will try to fight themselves to the center. Morph pull over. They try to fight against Sam9. Here comes the spray. Yoru spotted out Sam9. Didn't manage to spot one, but maybe the entire team. Mikael being knocked down and finished off once more. Mikael never got any actions for him for the past 2 maps.
Yeah, you're right. We didn't get to see much opportunity for Mikael to show his stuff. Hopefully you'll be able to get that opportunity later on. But you know what, fun fact, so the one that took Mikael out, Bubuhu, he is the eldest player amongst them all in this tournament here, 28 years old.
Stop exploiting the players. I mean, nobody wants to feel all for themselves. I don't. At least we're
I'm
older.
37, so, well.
There you go. Hi, Grandpa.
Thank you.
But back to us, our players. Yeah, Vampire, Sony K being shut down early on because of the early fight just now. But XERXIA, Loxy will respond to them accordingly. But the problem is they might not be the only teams here because we saw how many teams were moving towards the same direction as the circle shifted just now.
And that's always a signal that we might see a lot more fights, especially stage 2 to stage 3. And speaking about fights, Weibo will be taking this fight against Vampire Esports. They're not done yet with the North Jogobo fight, and Weibo wants to stop Vampire from cutting across.
Stone, Ming. Now Stone is thinking twice whether they want to fight this out or not. But Vampires, or once upon a time, one of the most aggressive team down there. also the PMWI champions. Being challenged by Ye Mao from Weibo Gaming. Spot out strats a bit greedy for Ye Mao. He's a wildcat, yes, for sure. Now being punished instead. Lucky enough, he got himself enough, but the rest of Weibo Gaming cannot help him. Especially Sook at the back, taking a lot of blue zone.
Speaking about the zone, so the trend of the PEL teams is that they like to spend time in the blue, locking teams out. So the only way for Vampire Esports to get out of this is to wipe out Weibo Gaming while the blue is on top of them.
I do want to talk about also Team Morph. We're actually being offered second chance based on the circle just now, but unfortunately they also bump into another team. Now we don't expect a lot of fights in the center of a circle based on the trend right now. A lot of them playing in the blue zone instead. As Sook shutting down on Ravenclaw, he's back on his knees here. Not doing great at all for the side of Vampires.
Ravenclaw eliminated by Sook. And now Alter Ego trying to get something for themselves. Rosemary is there, goes in for the 1v1, and it's going to be a straightforward knockdown for Rosemary with a Scar L. There's going to be another one in the pocket of Alter Ego, and look at the circle, Choo Choo. Oh man, this is a trash circle.
Imagine we ended up right on top of a very small patch of island there, on top of Ruins and Rothhawk. That's been incredibly tough, but that might be the spot where PERSIJA EVOS want to take in it as K1 bowing out after the fight against Alter Ego. They're reigning over shooting range for now, but it's not done and dusted yet, as Alter Ego still have a lot of challenges for them when they try to get into the circle.
Oh, but speaking about getting into the circle now, these two teams...
What circle?
Yeah, what circle? Circle doesn't exist, you know. The blue is friendly. And there you go. Straightforward elimination with that nade from Sook, and Vampire Esports bows out.
I don't think Weibo Gaming really cares about that circle that much. They just need those eliminations. That's what really matters for them.
I mean, this is the trend of the PAL teams. Spending time in the blue, locking another team out, just like how a lot of the South Asia teams play. And they are executing it fairly well, I must say. And I guess that's why this kind of strategy so far is working out for them in general.
A BTR, spotted by Zerja as he got punished and returned fire on the side of BTR. Here comes the entire cavalry just passing by. Mega Mind tried to shoot down on BTR, but he got caught himself in all angles off. Mega Mind tried to zigzag himself away, but it's gonna be not so great as Gemforce finally found himself an off angle that works right for him. RNJ on the then on top form again today.
A little bit too early for him to pull out his DBS, because he was still at the range that his M4 could have brought more value. So I guess that swap of a weapon was just untimely. But hopefully they'll be able to recover right now that the fact that XERXIA has BTR to deal with.
And Jan Force, the only one inside of that compound right now. The rest of us still outside. This might be the bait, but never mind. Finish off in an instant. That's leaving BTR Satar in La Par down there. RNJ taking the effort to go all the way out of his way to be in the blue zone, trying to find the rest of BTR.
Here we go. Satar running away from the blue, trying to get into the circle. But if you look at the minimap, there's another team waiting for these two teams who wants to get in. RNJ knocked down by Satar. Sharpshooter he is. But look at who's waiting. It's PERSIJA EVOS, who will be really happy if they can take out BTR.
Feels like PERSIJA EVOS is waiting with a question. Are you guys done yet? Because we're trying to shoot you guys down. That's what really happened for Zuxi. At a perfect time to scope in, and that just a missed time here for Chopper. Barely alive. Oh, Red Face.
Well, Zuxi didn't get it, but Red Face is there to make sure the point will not drive away. And that's going to be PERSIJA EVOS netting their third point. Moving on to the left side, we got Weibo Gaming now. Alter Ego, I don't think they'll be that interested to try to block Weibo Gaming for coming in. So it's just a matter of Weibo Gaming. When and how will they come in?
Well, just like that. Just like that, brother. Just like that. There you go.
I'm letting the laughter sink in, you know.
Oh my god. But Weibo Gaming, well, they are very witty, so can they work with two players left? Well, Wolves is waiting at the other end. Alter Ego got himself a couple of trees to take covers. Only vegetations and the terrain to help them at that time. But Alva, he just swap in. He definitely need time to warm up, but enough then, more than enough warming up. He got himself the most eliminations out of all the lineup of Alter Ego.
Oh wow, hello LGD to Thundertalk Gaming. And with that, LGD out. The 4 eliminations that they got was by eliminating FaZe Clan. And now moving over to Weibo Gaming, straightforward, the knockdown onto Misery, but wait! From the other side of the world, man, that just had to happen.
Are you kidding me? Rosemary knocked down so many players of PERSIJA EVOS, by the way, with a vehicle. And that was really anticlimactic ending. A TEC so smart playing a third party. Back towards around the bunkers area. XERXIA do have Red Face to play alongside with them. But the problem is they're quite in the center of attention here. This is where we talked about how to cross over this river. It's sort of a choke point for these guys.
At least they still have the circle though, so they can still kind of hold on to that while they pray that the circle does favor them and they don't need to swim across. Same goes for Thundertalk Gaming and the other team that's just in front of them. There's going to be Sem9. So Sem9 is on the outer side. So assuming that the circle does move away, Thundertalk Gaming has a slight advantage against them.
Sem9 barely got enough walls to cover themselves, but enough to make themselves not be discovered by the Thundertalk teams just next to them. I'm waiting for TeamPAI to take actions, but we do know PEI never actually say or do anything until the very last minute. But that's going to be SG being focused on sort of Thundertalk Sing with a Vector giving a bit of a pressure, just tiny bit. Can he? This is tough for Sem9. If the circle moves so far away, they don't have any other option than fight themselves, brute force their way in.
With 3 players, without Mikael. So a little bit of a disadvantage for Sem9. But they're also praying that the circle does favor them. Now, it's going to be very unlikely. But we'll get a confirmation real soon now.
Oh.
And yes, the circle goes up north. So Sem9, Wolf, Thundertalk, locked in with each other. On the other side, we got PEI as well as TEC locked in with each other as well.
I was hoping the small patch will actually be the last final game here, but it might be the end game if the circle will shift south again. But TeamPAI managed to cross over that side towards the back of Morph right now, but TEC might actually be the next contender here. BTR, that's going to be last player, Satar, is on that very small corner as well.
The last man standing, Starman Satar himself. If anyone were to last stand for BTR, Satar is definitely the right man to do so. But I'll be more interested to see what's going to happen to Sem9 now. Okay, they're making their move, and like as what you said, they have to bulldoze their way through. If they don't win the fight against Thundertalk, there's no way they're going to get across.
Here comes Rock, as per usual. Delivers when it comes to being observers. Trying to feed off information for the rest of the team. But yes, I agree with your point just now, but we're not done for PERSIJA EVOS. Red FaZe is still there, taking on TEC. Sem9 fighting back. Thundertalk try to close them down. That make it out and try to finish off Rock in an instant. And need to reload while they try to move. But Sting is not so happy about this. But the problem is the blue zone is just taking his life away.
Yeah, he definitely does not intend to sing praises to Sem9. Now that Sem9 has taken out one of their teammates. And speaking about Sem9, they are on the roll right now. Looks like they're going to just go into the water. Nope, they cannot, because if they do so, they'll just be sitting ducks. So they still need to take out members of Thundertalk Gaming.
We witnessed just now how bullets are so crucial, and Sem9 don't have that much. Hopefully everything will turn back to value for them, but PEI stealing away. Oh, what a sneaky guy for the side of TeamPAI. Dreamy taking on Wolf at the same time. And TeamPAI just take all the prizes after so much effort by Sem9 just now.
Yeah, to a certain extent as well. Actually doing Sem9 a favor by shooting from behind. But now, if Sem9 starts to swim, then PEI can do the same one to them. Right now, we can see 2 members of Sem9 charging into the water, trying to get across. They're still on the outside of the circle, but as we expected, PEI is ready for them.
76. He's definitely tempted to just go for the push. But you know he will jeopardize the entire team if he does that. 76 taking his own time to slowly taking the life away for SEM9. But SEM9, they barely can dock here. There's no place for them to just stand. PEI taking on TEC, BTR being eliminated next, but Smile running people down around the coastline here, and PEI just taking reign over the small patch of island.
Okay, remember with the nade though, that nade will miss, and Suki is gonna come in with the DBS, but Smile is waiting behind to wipe the smile off his face. TEC, number 8.
Smile, definitely smiling. And that's going to be a creepy smile, but never mind. But Smile not smiling anymore as Eagle and Smile both being finished off across the board here. As PERSIJA EVOS start to take actions against them. SEM9, TeamPAI, Thunder Talk, and Morph. How to get into the center as Wolf, Alter Ego, and PERSIJA EVOS already got themselves the majority of the circle.
Oh, that's it. But then again, there's a trade happening here as Deb gets one, but counterfired by the other side by 76, and SEM9 is out at number 7 with 3 elimination points. Now the question is for PEI, how are they going to get into the circle? Because circle moved up north.
There you go, 77. Oh, this is going to be the choke area for the team that's coming up from the southern side. Not great, but Wolf is having the best time of their life. 77 in particular, with the 8-time scope, nothing can not be unseen here. He can see everything that's passing through, everything that moves, he just tap it out. But on the side of Thunder Talk, Dream is still alive, but not that much longer anymore.
Oh, there you go. Dreaming in the lobby. Number 6 for Thunder Talk Gaming. I mean, it was a tough circle for them. They had to like swim across, go up north, so it was a difficult one. But the fact that they are able to survive to number 6, that's not too bad. But for PEI, it's going to be the life of PEI at number 5, 4 elimination points. And we're only at stage 6, but we got 4 teams left.
Surprising how Morph actually managed to get himself in the back line towards where they were standing before. PERSIJA EVOS got themselves the bunkers and not leaving anytime soon because redface and XERXIA has been surviving the longest as a duo. Morph playing alongside with the pressure, hoping to not be discovered, but Cleon connecting the clutches. It's so crucial. He got 1. He might actually almost got 2, but never mind that. Oh, so close. He have to sacrifice one of teammate, and Morph couldn't make it through, but close enough.
I do like the idea though, but at the end of the day, it was Alter Ego backstabbing on the Morph GPX, eliminating them, doing Wolves a favor. And that also means now Alter Ego may want to collect their debt. At the same time, they must be careful because PERSIJA EVOS is lurking around too.
Now, can Wolf finish off the 3 runs of Erangel with another PEL team taking a chicken dinner? Will finally PERSIJA EVOS or Alter Ego breaking their streak?
See if the streak can be broken now. At this moment, 2 from Southeast Asia, 1 representative from PEL, and Wolves, they still have a full squad. So as long as you have a full squad, anything can happen. Alter Ego, however, has the best position possible with this high ground and the numbers on their side.
I feel like Alva swap in just give different dynamics entirely for Alter Ego, more aggressive than before.
Oh yeah, they're starting to tune up. So I guess like the first round of Sanhok, that was like, yeah, warm-up round, intro, and now they're starting to turn up the heat. But let's see if they will be hot enough to burn down the 2 teams, that is PERSIJA EVOS and Alter Ego.
But for PERSIJA EVOS, leaving only 2 men left here. XERXIA and redface, but we've seen what redface can do alongside with XERXIA. These are 2 incredible players, definitely, but Wolf still have entire cavalry for inside of Alter Ego as well, still having a full roster. And XERXIA just trying to feed off information for redface while he tried to get himself that nade. Oh, 77, you sneaky guy, but here comes a nade.
Okay, redface moves away. 77 does not know, but redface will be forced to move or to show himself. He can't hold his breath forever in the water, and that's where the Wolves will be there to eliminate him. But are they letting him go? No, not yet. They still got 77 waiting for him.
Oh, surprisingly, redface actually can survive. At 77, they've been cooking up the nade for the longest time, trying to prepping it up. XERXIA is feeding off information. But do they have time? Not so much. 15 seconds, less than that. They need to leave it now. If the circle happen to be shrinking even further, then they're done. But surprisingly, redface managed to go away unscathed. I'm surprised.
Oh yeah, and he managed to dock himself, so wow.
He got loot.
He got the loot as well. I mean, that is the perfect scenario for redface. Let's see if we can turn Red Face onto the Wolves. After getting the loot, can he eliminate them? But Alter Ego is around the corner as well. And they still have the high ground advantage. And your answer! But Red Face takes out Rosemary instead.
Oh man, both my favorite players. Yeah, I cannot favor one or the other, but it's just Redface knows exact timing. He knows exactly the right person to knock down as well. That's going to be the Rosemary, the fragger, the main star player for Alter Ego. But Fnatic will respond back to Wolves. Now, Wolf Dartrend will try to fight back.
Oh, there you go.
A bit of a trading three-way war it is.
Yeah, Octa knocked down right now. Alter Ego. They still don't have Rosemary. He's still on his knees. Now the nades will rain down onto Alter Ego, putting pressure onto them at the corner of the circle. Octa will finish off. 3 more to go. Can they finish them off? Rosemary's back up, and Fnatic is going to go in for an off angle. Nice knockdown. And this is the opportunity for Alter Ego to crash in.
Oh, now there's going to be... Oh, one more player for Wolf. Where is that Wolf who's hiding like a puppy? They're trying to find him out. Found at 77. Sliding down.
Oh.
What a slide. Oh my God, this is slippery slope, but Redface secures, and this is gonna be the first Erangel for Southeast Asia Chicken Dinner to take it away.
Now the next question is whether it's going to be PERSIJA EVOS or Alter Ego to get this chicken dinner. At this moment, Alter Ego still has the circle advantage and the terrain advantage as well against PERSIJA EVOS. And not only that, they have 3 players versus 2 for PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh, there's gonna be an even fight still. Even though Alter Ego having a tree, but we're talking about Redface being in the front. Here's a one scary beast to deal with.
Well, let's see if he can be the beast or Rosemary will be the beast carry. As the names rain down, the PERSIJA EVOS putting pressure on the dome. Redface tries to get the knockdown, but not able to get that. And now they'll be pressured by the blue. 10 more seconds before the zone close.
Tricky to rain.
Oh!
No! Sliding down. No! I need a distance. No! There you go.
Okay, at least he's still able to get back up. Okay, it's not the end of the world yet. But Rosemary is going to make sure that it will end now. He's going in for the flank.
Now, Rosemary is back up. Now, there's going to be a bit of trouble for PERSIJA EVOS. Redface trying to shut him down, but it's just so undeadable. Is that even a word? But Rosemary is just a zombie for now. XERXIA and PERSIJA EVOS, Redface. Do they have enough? They need so much hand grenade to shut down Alter Ego since they are being outnumbered.
I need to look at my dictionary. But but look at this. Everyone's just like locking out PERSIJA EVOS because PERSIJA EVOS is on the outside of the circle. So Alter Ego, all they need to do is just wait and PERSIJA EVOS will show themselves. The blue will do its work.
Barely got enough. One molly, one hand grenade. XERXIA hopes to open up the space, but Fnatic, that rock is his lifesaver right now. That one rock will find him no more. That rock will not cover this. Molly is burning off barbecue from KFC barbecue. There you go, it's Fnatic flavor. But no, XERXIA. Oh, it just stucks out his feet.
Literally, that is pig feeding there. But the rest of Alter Ego now knows exactly where PERSIJA EVOS is at. Alba is going to close in on to XERXIA, who's just right below him. XERXIA down to 20% health left, and Alba can't land that final blow onto XERXIA. Till now, nothing is going to stop Alter Ego from coming back.
I have to say, the wisest and the best decision for the swap of a player, letting Alva in, making such a huge difference for Alter Ego. Not just that, giving such an improvement for the scores between PEL and PMPL teams.
Well, right now, Alter Ego, I know it's only one game. It's still very early for us to say that, oh, they're going to come back and go all the way, just like how they did in the PMSL. But this is the Alter Ego that we know and love.
Not just that, Alter Ego will be the one that balancing the skill for the chickens between these 2 regions.
Yes. So, right? Yeah, because you mentioned it twice. So I was like, okay, I just have to acknowledge that. Yes.
Okay.
But anyway, so there are also other key fights as well. So BTR and Tianba. And for this round, it was... BTR and Tianba is one fight. The LGD and FaZe Clan was another fight as well. So it's 2-1, 2-1 each.
That's kind of true. We talked about Milta, who taking over the reign on Milta. That's between Tianba and BTR. Both won themselves like 2-1 for BTR right now. And not just that, on Jungle Pool, that fight will actually continues for the tomorrow. I think we're back to Erangel. But speaking of which, we might actually have a lot of clashes again for the next Miramar map, since that's going to be the first ever. But speaking of all the other teams, right, I'm surprised the fact that not many Thai teams actually make it through till the top 3 for the almost half of the day now.
The only one was Vampire Esports. I think it was the previous round, and that's about it. But other than that, if it's from Southeast Asia, then it's from Indonesia. I mean, to be fair, they have majority of the numbers as well. They got 4 as compared to Thai that have 3, and Malaysia has 1, which is 7-9. So naturally, that bigger number will give them a bigger percentage of making it up there.
I don't know, maybe I have a feeling that a lot of Thai teams do prefer early aggressiveness, just trying to, gain eliminations as much as they can. While you compare with PEL, how they actually play, like you mentioned before, a bit slower, a bit observant, and then the rest of the team, they're trying to just calculate every single step there is, taking their own sweet time about the timing to go into the circle. But this was so crucial for the side of FaZe. If we shut down here just now, they actually will, not getting as much point as they hope be. After that chicken dinner. But nonetheless, that was an incredible match. Again, Indonesian teams, they always in the top 3.
Oh yeah, and it's like a swap of Indonesian team. Like before this, it can be like a BTR, and this time it's around is like a Alter Ego. So they're like, okay, 2 Indonesian teams from Southeast Asia getting the chicken dinner. But you know what? Let's hear from our analysts, especially on some of the key moments that happened earlier on. We're going to pass it back to our good-looking analyst, Cairo, as well as Contra. Let's go.
The reigning champions of Southeast Asia is back on the map with a chicken dinner for themselves. And yeah, what a good game for them to end it just now by having the high ground position, number advantage, and everything is just given to them, I guess. But then PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, would still give up a fight to, can say that they don't want to give the chicken dinner easily to the opponent.
Yeah, it was mainly about who really gets towards the northern side of Ruins the earliest. And not only that, we even see certain teams that were trying to hold that area not lasting as long as they should be. Meanwhile, I was really impressed about Wolves on how they've been able to even swim across the river and try to play it out against PERSIJA EVOS. And they did manage to at least walk away with those 10 points. I believe that Alter Ego, just as always, they are usually the late bloomers into the league. We see them not really getting too much points in the first 2 maps of today. And here we go. Once they do have Alva on the board, they come in slamming 23 points right here, right now.
Yep, and the play of the match will be given to Rosemary with 4 elimination points in his pockets, with 687 damage coming out from him, 24% of team contribution, and 362 meters longest elimination. He's looking very good right now. He is, can say, the backbone of the team. Whenever he starts playing well, his team also will do good.
Yeah, and for me, Rosemary is kind of like the Messi of Indonesia. He's kind of like this generational talent ever since these teams coming from the side of PMPL's SEA have been colliding. And it's been so many times that we've seen him putting on a consistent showing. Despite all of that, we are still looking at the top 2 spots belonging to the PEL. PEI with 41 points. Thundertalk Gaming with 40 points, only 1 point shy. And somehow, PERSIJA EVOS, even despite them not getting that chicken dinner, they're now number 3.
Yeah, meanwhile, at the second page, we can see that LGD-Tianba in K1 still with single-digit point after 4 maps actually have done. And this is not looking good for them, and especially for the Lone Wolf of Malaysia, which is Sam9, starting off with Sanhok very well, but then coming into Erangel looking a bit shaky here.
A little bit lost, I would say, as well. Like, I think that they're really good in the early to the mid-game, but mid-game onwards, when it comes down to shifts as well as rotation, it felt like they didn't really have the best idea possible in order to go into the zone either safely or to actually go in for the right challenges that will see them come up ahead. So I think they definitely need to see how they could basically work out on some of their communication. But going to head-to-head, wow, PL They are 40 points shy, but they are definitely closing the gap.
Yep. For the winner chicken encounter, we can see that it's even Steven for both sides here, which leads to the last two games to really conclude everything up for day one. Which side do better in securing the game, getting those winner chicken dinners, but then on the side of total eliminations, it really goes to the side of C teams, which they engage a lot of fights rather than PL teams are more to like defensive in the compound or maybe trying to block rotations coming from outside of the circle.
Yeah, and now here comes the biggest of maps to be played out for the competitors out there. Miramar back to back, and I'm basically gonna be calling that the teams from PL, they're gonna have a lot of great showing here, but this is also a map where Thai teams absolutely love. So
Yep.
do you think that this is gonna give an edge towards teams like FaZe Clan or even Vampire Esports?
We might gonna see a lot of presence from the Thai teams, especially Vampire Esports and FaZe Clan, because we know that their playstyle are more towards like splitting and trying to have a big range of view and angles to get to know where their opponents are placed, and this is probably gonna be their map, I guess. I'm feeling like it, but then it's all up to them in game on how they approach things out. And maybe what I'm expecting for Miramar is the drop spot fights. I love drop spot fights. It brings out a lot from the team, whether they can manage to handle pressure early on.
Yeah, we're going to be keeping our tabs onto certain areas like Picado, San Martin, and maybe Los Leones, because that's where they usually crowd up. But I'm pretty sure that the casters have their own opinions, so we want to hear it from them. Sir Cloud, Chu, you guys still with us? Let's hit it right into it.
No, we're not with you. We are with the show now, okay? So we are back with the PMRC, ladies and gentlemen, and we're done with Erangel for today. So we're moving on to Miramar now. I know that there are certain expectations of, okay, regular drop spots of the teams, but we have seen what sort of mess it was inside of both Sanhok as well as Erangel. So maybe expect the same in Miramar.
Yeah, I'm looking over for the clashes of a map drop spot here, including, like how you just mentioned, Picado. It will be in between Wolf and also FaZe Clan, might even send 9 in the fray down there. And not just that, Power Grid is also another place for BTR and also TeamPAI. Not just that, we're not done yet. On top of Los Leones, it's going to be super fun as well, especially in South Los Leones. But before that, which map would you like to have a summer house for vacation? I mean, there's no Livik down there. I wish there's Livik though.
I would take Livik.
Yeah, Livik is incredible.
Yeah, but Vikendi definitely can't be a summer house because it's winter all the time there. So I don't know what the 20% are thinking of when it comes to like a summer house.
They don't like something hot or something, somewhere hot and warm.
They're cool. They're cool people.
They're cool people, yeah. They're cool kids.
Cool kids. I think that.
Interesting.
I wouldn't mind Sanhok though. Which one would you pick then?
I mean, like Sanhok, it will be a lot of mosquitoes down there.
Oh yeah, true.
It's a rainforest sort of thing. I still definitely want to go for Livik. There's hot spring. There's also some mountains for you to ski over. There's also good villages and nice weather.
Yeah, and it's a smaller map, so you can explore the place on your own. You know, pretty nice. But we're gonna predict right now. So you got K1, I got BTR. A little bit late to the party. Well, very late. It's map number 1. But what are your thoughts about K1?
I mean, for now, if you compare with how they were playing in their finals for summer PEL 2023, it's different version if you compare it with PMRC right now. Honestly, we had this prediction before we see how they are in action. So right now, I don't feel like they're very hot at the current moment.
Yeah. Or maybe they're waiting for a map swap, you know.
This is the map.
Yeah, like this is the map. You know, some teams like they are comfortable playing in a certain map. So since it's going to be the first Miramar, no expectations, right?
Clean slate. Speaking of clean slate, I don't think that's going to be very clean at all because I'm looking at a lot of clashes potentially will be happening here. But if they change their drop spot, then it's going to be a totally different story.
Yeah, I think we will see a good number of changes. Yeah, because like Erangel, it was the same case. Even in Sanhok, it was the same case. So yeah, but at least this time, this is the biggest map of all. So there's like a lot more space for them to play. If they still clash, well, it's on you.
That's true. Not on us. Never on us. We're always right. What do you guys mean? But speaking of which, it's going to be crucial for these guys to get themselves vehicles. So it's going to be a lot of vehicle fights early on. And so far, a lot of drop spot changes, especially in Sanhok, Erangel. Sort of some of them, not all of them. Majority still stays at around the same spot, but will it be the same case here when it comes to Miramar? Will we have a lot of bloodbath in certain spot here? Because we're heading to our first Miramar in the PMRC right now.
Miramar! Here we go, the first Miramar of the PMRC. Can't wait to see what sort of clashes will happen. But we're going to start off the flight path from Campo Melida all the way down to the south side of Los Leones. So kind of skewed towards the right side. Getting onto El Pozo, Craterfield is going to take quite a bit. So this might also mean that we might see some early clashes around the flight path area.
That's kind of true. Might actually change it to second or third drop spot for Weibo. It's going to be Chris Devel, but for Morph, do they take Tori Ahumada? Because that's usually the case, or it's going to be the reverse between those two. Will Alter Ego drop Elazar with LGD if that's the case? But I don't see they actually drop himself for Alter Ego quite early on. So Puerto Pariso might actually take it by TeamPAI if they cannot reach Raminas Devel. So the one that actually we have to watch out for is going to be Los Leones southern side. If teams don't really change their drop spot, there might be a lot of teams out there.
I'm looking at El Azhar at this moment. We got LGD and Alter Ego dropping in the same area. So that is somewhere that we want to keep our eye on. Los Leones, pretty big. Even though if you see like 2-3 teams there, it's still going to be okay. But on the south side, like what you mentioned, XERXIA and K1 heading pretty much the same direction.
I'm trying to find TEC. Tell me if you can find them, because TEC might actually drop Ascended Patron with Sam 9 as well. Well, there you go.
There you go. Yeah. Observers listening to you, know? Yeah. But we're going to start off with TEC getting the first knockdown to Depth from Sam 9. And not only that, Thumb as well, Kenny as well. Oh no, it's falling apart for Sam 9. Only one player left. I believe it's going to be Mikael. Well, we asked for action from Mikael. Now we got it. Oh, that's the first hand.
At least he got some actions for Mikael. If it's not the first one to leave, then he's the last one to survive.
That's very positive of you.
Yeah, I mean, like, he got him limelight. But Sam 9, I mean, that was deleted entirely. So fast, but we're not done. We do have Alter Ego versus LGD next.
Well, LGD, definitely not fans of very, very early encounters. They don't have a good track record. And now the fact that they lost one player to Octa, again, well, it's not done yet though, but you start off with 3 players.
For LGD, Cheng trying to pull apart against Rosemary, creating the distance. He landed himself some rifles. So that's a good news for sort of LGD, who remains with 3 players for now. But don't forget, we might actually have a lot more fights later on, including Minas Generalis, if Vampires happen to be meeting up with Thunder Talk or not on top of La Medita or Minas Generalis.
Clear shot for Rosemary.
Oh, no.
One last shot. CC managed to get away. And he should be on the clear now, but he needs to reset. If he continues on, then it's going to be a big risk. At least he found a house that he can take his time to heal up.
That one bullet whiffed it in the very last minute there. Alter Ego definitely for Rosemary. A bit disappointed in there. But we're not done, like I mentioned before. Around Minas Generalis possibly is what's happening for Vampires versus Thunder Talk, who Vampires managed to shut down on one. But LGD, DBS won't work this time, buddy. This is not going to work with that distance. But blasting, at least he gives some fire, cover fire. But Octa running low with his bullet, changing over to micro Uzi.
Yeah, here we go. Coming in from the rooftop. There's going to be rooftop gameplay here for Octa, and he knows, he heard the footsteps. No vest though, so a little bit of a risky play there. Okay, you're not going to want to use that M4 with 13 bullets. Let's stick to the micro Uzi.
I want to try. Big one. The moment we swap over to Thunder Talk, that's where they got the nades out. Tony K on his knees. Rock trying to open up the wall being set out by Vampires, but we're not done yet for the sort of LGD versus Alter Ego. As Alter Ego try to rush into, I think that's going to be the players that are being boxed. I think probably going to be CC, or I'm wrong. Cannot possibly see from this distance, but for the side of Vampires, they're hunting people.
Vampires right now retreating back. I guess they needed time to reset, but Thunder Talk, they lost Dreamy. So Vampire Esports has the man advantage. It's just that maybe they don't have the right weaponry yet. So that's why they're not too sure about engaging. But anyway, look at the elimination feed. Blessing is out now. So LGD, again, early encounters, not their favorite.
There's another fight going on between BTR and also XERXIA. Not exactly sure. Is it going to be on top of Tumasera for that case? Gonna have to wait and see and just wait it out. If there's another fight between those two teams, yep, there you go. Gen Force out. XERXIA finish him off. But for the side of Ravenclaw, the IGL Vampires now being isolated a bit far off from the rest of the team.
Oh yeah, he needs backup there. So I think that they're going in for him. But anyway, we swap over to FaZe Clan now. FaZe Clan against Wolves. Pig feet. Oh, this nade could be huge. Prepping up the nade, tossing it onto the room, but nobody is down.
On top of Picardo, these two teams, definitely this is going to be their main drop spot here. Pig feet, picking up his feet really fast the moment he saw that grenade flying. Just shut himself in the corner. I'm going to reset here and just going to have another go for Pig feet. Onzens, come on, just pick out. That's what he said internally, monologue. Onzens waiting for the right time. The moment the timing is right, it's not there anymore. Pig feet tried to breach into as his compound spotted out. Onzens. Perfect spray from the UMP.
And Onzens will finish our Pig feet. That is going to be the man on the ground to be eliminated. Then now Wolves playing with a deficit, but they managed to trade it back by taking out the captain himself, Ventorez. And the rest of Wolves waiting for FaZe Clan to charge into the top floor. As they move just at the corner, they'll be waiting for him. And remember, he knows that he's there and he's down. Looks like Wolves, they're losing the plot.
There's only one last player there. It is on different buildings, on top of different building entirely. Again, 77H will be the last player of Wolf to remain calm and trying to figure out what to do next by himself. But Onza's not giving him any space at all. With that pixel shot from afar, Onza's definitely not happy about this. He wants to finish them off in an instant without any helmet at that point. But he got barely enough for 77 as well. With the micro Uzi, he cannot shoot from this angle.
Yeah, it's not that easy for them to charge in onto the other side because there's a wall and there's enough open space for 77H to try to take that out. Yes, we know that he's using a micro Uzi, not the best of weapons in this kind of situation, but for FaZe Clan, they don't know for sure, so they might not want to take that risk. But as we move back over to another Thai team, that's going to be Vampire Esports, and Shrubs will be the next one to be on his knees.
Feels like they're hitting a draw here. Stalemate as Shrubs will be revived by Tony K, while Singh trying to take advantage of that knockdown. Stone, on the other hand, spot him out on a different angle. Ravenclaw managed to reunite, closing up with his teammate once more as they just push forward to a side of Ravenclaw to help him out. But it's going to be a stalemate between these two teams as they have different levels of terrain for themselves. Wolf still fighting against for his life. 77 still have the fight in him.
Yeah, but taking out Onzen. So 2 more to go at least for now. But it's going to be hard for him to charge in anyway. So look at this current situation. Looks like Thunderdog Gaming managed to flank in, knocking down Shrubs. Shrubs on his knees for the second time in this round.
It's so crucial for Singh to actually get that knockdown here. This is a good time for Rock trying to take advantage. But 77, here comes the entire cover with the blue zone as well. He managed to take that one. No way, this is just the micro Uzi plays. It's back! No! The plays are just finished the entirety of FaZe and Wolf 77H. He will survive.
He had some help from the blue, but you gotta give it to him for holding it on. He has enough first aids, and now he has the box to loot. I mean, this guy. Wow, FaZe Clan must be kicking themselves and saying that we should have lost that fight.
Speaking of timing, it was a 3v1, but that one person managed to hold out strong long enough to play alongside with the blue zone. What are the odds? Definitely genius plays from the side of Wolf, but unfortunate coming up from the side of FaZe Clan.
I love what I just saw there. Anyway, now BTR going up against Pi. Pi knocks down La Pa, but Satar tracing back on the smile, making sure that he stops smiling. Boyce will be knocked down as well. Taken now. BTR now. Again, Only Sata picking out his teammate.
Oh,
76 looking
missed.
for Sata. Okay, he's at the stairs, but he's not heading the direction.
Oh man, he just missed. He was in the wrong room. That's it. But
Oh.
back on his feet. He didn't even have time to reset his teammate Lapa. That's going to be the loss of BTR. But at least they scored one for this one. Tony K, on the other hand, bleeding out. I have a feeling. PEL, not really a feeling. PEL do love Biroma more than everything else.
Oh yeah, they're doing well so far, but Vampire Esports will make sure that that's not the case in their fight against Thunderdog Gaming. Ravenclaw with the vector in hand, goes in for the pro shot, and it's going to be the captain, IGL Ravenclaw himself, to finish off Thunderdog Gaming.
Surprisingly, I actually do see him first and open fire first. But in the very nick of time, a very small amount of time, he reacted with a prone shot in the very last minute. And this bullet just missed him entirely.
Yeah, that is fast reaction there by Ravenclaw. Nicely done, nice mechanics there shown to evade those shots and counter back. And on top of that, Vampire Esports, after all that action, they're still a full squad. So it's a perfect win for them.
Now, last time I seen the Patron, we do see a bit of a fight on top of that. And this I'm a bit quiet for now. I'm not sure where is Sem9 as we speak. We don't see a glimpse of Sem9. Oh, they're being eliminated. Sorry for that. I think because TEC won against them early on, possibly. But back to its Wolf, still taking the blue zone as TEC managed to secure 4 eliminations. They're trying to go for another, spot it out Tianba across that street.
Okay, stage 3 now. Let's see where the circle will go. A lot of teams in the middle of the circle this time. We got a couple on the side. And as the circle shifts up north, because a lot of teams play in the middle, that means as the circle shifts, a lot of teams are still in it. Now, I think the interesting point would be on the south side. We got Vampire, we got SERXIA, and we got PERSIJA EVOS by the side. So getting in, if PERSIJA EVOS doesn't move, SERXIA must take the fight.
The main factor that will force PERSIJA EVOS to move is going to be TeamPAI, who seems to be rock solid, not going to botch that one out. They got themselves a compound. They can have a bit of a view against PERSIJA EVOS as well. So that might be the reason they want to just make sure that they can gatekeep Southern's side instead of PERSIJA down there. But Alter Ego, on the other hand, responded to LGD across the map and divided himself into 2-2 formations here.
On the outside of the circles, look at this. CC from LGD is still here, and he's on foot. No vehicle. He has to be as sly as possible to try to get in. Okay, he knows that Alter Ego is just right in front of him. Okay, he knows Alter Ego opened up. So one on the other side, one just right in front of him. For him to get in is going to be hard. So I guess what he's trying to do is try to distract Alter Ego and move away. Okay, he has a UAZ, so that's nice distraction there. Now the question is that, is he able to get away?
Now, if you want to stall for the time, like, you don't want to give away your covers, but CC or Cheng Si already given away his position here. And that making Alter Ego more intrigued to just block him from getting into the circle. Or Vampire Erangel on his knees. Oh, speaking of the timing, right across his face.
Nicely done by Tony K, follow up by Stone. And that's going to be another point in the bag of Vampire Esports. Their 5th point, in fact, taking out a team from the same country. That's going to be SERXIA. Now, SERXIA playing with 3 players. Looks like they're surrounded by Vampires, but Shopper is super duper low at this moment with Ursi buying time for Shopper to reset.
Oh, all they need to do is just shrubs pushing forward so you can actually see them around the ledges just across them. Mega mind pressure by the blue. Here comes DBS. Hopefully will knock on one, and he did. Managed to reset himself the moment the openers actually be knocked down, but Ursi almost entirely chucked down by that grenade just now.
That was super duper close. Can't see the same for Ravenclaw as he got eliminated by Megamind. Tony K is coming in a little bit later as he's still going in for it. He's trying to cut across SERXIA's exit route. Hopefully he's able to make it in time. Shopper stopped. Opportunity for Tony K to get close and try to take him out.
200 IQ on the way placed by Tony K with a very long distance running around that corner, trying to flank it out. But Shrubs tried to finish off ERXIA, but managed to use those bandages and now back on his feet. Shrubs being shot by Megamind. That's not great for the side of Vampires and Search at the same time. The Blues start to be really in deep for both teams.
Oh yeah, it's going to be tough considering that Megamind is starting to run out of utilities. He's going in for ERXIA though, but does he have enough time? Not sure about that. Or maybe, okay, ERXIA is going to give his head to the blue. Megamind heals up with a medkit, and he's going to try to loot, but he's going towards his other teammate now. Now, circle-wise, it moved a little bit up north, and because it's the 5th stage, it's going to be hard for Megamind. He has to bail this.
For the side of Wolf, if they just move slightly to the right against the Vampires versus XERXIA, and that's going to be Thanksgiving Day for them to finish things off. But PERSIJA EVOS feels a bit interested about what's happening between Vampires and XERXIA. They try to push all the way out, even to a side of Tianba. Now, there's going to be 3 teams that PERSIJA EVOS can shut down. Weibo Gaming just needed the last player of LGD-GAMING. It's going to be the end of the run for the first Miramar map.
Yeah, after all that, surviving. Fortunately, no points this time around. So Weibo Gaming will be happy to pick up their first point this time. So it's going to be one in the pocket of Sook. But on the northern side, I think it's going to be A-OK. But on the south side, we've got Tony K, who was eliminated by Alter Ego.
Oh, another run that a bit floppy, yeah, a bit hard for the side of Vampires down there. Morph on the other end, always get in the center of a circle. Morph, I don't know how they did it. 2, 3 maps now. Erangel and Miramar, given chances, just take the center of a circle, but they're having a tough time to defend it.
Yeah, they can get there, just like how they tried to play in the PMSL, but defending it is a big question for Morph GPX. Let's see if they can do it again this time around since it's a different map. It's a little bit more open this time, so yeah, things might change for them. But we'll keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. As now we have a Tianba close by with PERSIJA EVOS. But look at the position of Tianba. They don't really need to force the fight with PERSIJA, so I guess they will hold their ground for now.
And why? 77H. Always the last player for Wolves. The lone alpha Wolf. The only one every single map. Trying to fight back, but at least he's... never mind.
One shall not mention. We will keep it as that. Especially if you're casting, ladies and gentlemen. It's very dangerous, you know. Very cursey.
What?
Okay, we'll give you through a moment, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm so done for today. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. But yeah, we're not done yet because I still have Rosemary on the realm. I don't want to read out players' names now. I'm scared.
But you have to. I'm waiting for it.
Oh my god, Rosemary.
Okay, yeah, there you go. You did it. But he still survives. Okay, good. Rosemary.
Surprisingly, he's not taking the first aid to put up to good use. He's using the bandages instead. Try to save it up for later, maybe.
Yeah, I guess that will be the case right now since he have enough cover. So he can kind of take his time to use the bandages because the bandages will kind of lose value as time goes by because especially the blue is obviously going to deal a little bit more damage. Now, circle-wise, a little bit up north, Weibo Gaming is there. Both GPX who played in the middle, so don't need to worry too much about the circle shifting. 2 teams in it. But we got TEC as well with a compound, so that is a great position to be in as well.
Not just that, K1 actually got a clear entry towards the left side. Now, as per usual, Morph, can you actually try to defend your circle and try to win it for once? Because they got so plenty of chances given. But it's just so hard for them to hold their ground right. But for the side of TeamPAI, they can actually take advantage of this as well. Still having 3 players on their side, while the others having a full squad. There's going to only TeamPAI and PERSIJA EVOS leaving out with only 3 players left.
Well, PERSIJA EVOS and Tianba, both of them needs to move. Now, if they move forward, there's going to be another team. But very likely, I would say, potentially they might want to try to take out each other, especially PERSIJA EVOS, who seems to be interested to try to get a couple of points through this.
Risky play here for both teams. If TEC decided to just push forward with this, both teams will be in a bit of a trouble. So PERSIJA EVOS realized they're having a bit of a middle ground, not really the best play to see what's going on top of them and what's going on behind them. Might as well reposition first. As Alter Ego, they got himself compound, but that's barely touching the circle.
Okay, here we go. Alter Ego. Speaking about touching the circle, they are still, but as they continue to wait at where they are, Tianba is getting closer and closer to them. Tianba not interested to go straight into the circle. Instead, they're making that longer rotation towards the right. But it's inevitable because TEC is the one with a prime position to hold these angles.
And speaking of angles, 97. A lot of responsibility here, like you mentioned before. Suki, on the other hand, just going to shoot it away and giving some warning shots to his team. Tianba not taking a warning at all as Alva trying to defend this, but it's going to be more than enough for him to hold on there. It's going to be 2v1, two different angles. Tianba is shot down on one. Fnatic giving such beautiful support as Alva trying to reposition full back for a bit because Tianba is just too close for comfort.
Oh, and look who's coming towards them. There's another team if we look on the minimap. So it looks like somebody wants to be the third party. Alter Ego has to deal with Tianba quickly before another team comes by, and that's going to be Weibo Gaming interested.
Octa playing the wrong side with the smoke. Suk spotted out Fnatic. That's crucial for Fnatic. He needs to make sure he still stands, but Weibo Gaming taking the advantage as much as they can after that damage done by Tianba before. And Octa switch over his focus and vision to a side of Suk of Weibo Gaming. They're quite scattered about for Weibo Gaming. It's very confident for them to actually have quite a distance, but enough to give support fire.
Oh, that is Octa with that nade. And now he's going in for the flank. He's trying to take out Suk, but he's being shot at from the other side. Unfortunately, Octa, no space for him to flank as Tianba is there to knock him down. Tianba takes out Fnatic, and looks like Alva is down as well. And that is the end for Alter Ego. This time around, it's going to be number 8.
Just too much for the receiving end of Alter Ego to fight against two teams at the same time. The Tianba now won over that side. Now they are marching towards where TEC stands. Bamboo's bleeding out while Ming take on Tianba after damage done early before. Weibo Gaming now switch over the target towards Tianba, who's trying to advance towards the circle.
Wow, Weibo Gaming, what a good position that they have at this moment. Taking a little bit of a risk by sending Suk at the forefront all alone, but I mean, it's Suk that we're talking about. He's an amazing player. I'm sure he can take care of himself. It's just that his teammates need to be prepared to, in case if Suk gets knocked, to rush in to save him as soon as possible.
Speaking of timing, and as fast as they can. Well, one vehicle to take all three. That's a risky one, but Tianba willing to take. Here it comes running out on Suk first. QZZ make the call. They made it right. Run will be traded out instead, leaving only Tianba with 2 players left. But Weibo Gaming not having that much either, as Ming tapping it out from afar. It's too fast to fetch. This is a perfect angle for Ming. Clear line of sights down there.
Wow, all he needs to do is just to finish off the last one, but looks like TEC is going to say, thank you very much. I'm going to be here to pick up the points. And if Ming wants a point, he has to do it quickly because TEC has arrived to the party.
Weibo Gaming. What a perfect time and opportunity being given. But it's not done for Tianba. LY. Oh man, they cornered him down. There's no way for him to actually survive. But Yemao tried to save his mate down there. Going in for the rush. But here comes going towards the side of TEC, straight by himself. Yeah, Mao is really a wildcat. He's super wild. He doesn't have any fear on his own side.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they know that TEC is there, but he still went in. And plus, he's on the outside of the circle right now. Looks like he's willing to play with TEC with this kind of gameplay. Ming going to come in from the other side to put extra pressure on the TEC. TEC now, still on the outside of the circle. Been pinned down by Weibo Gaming as Weimao comes and knocks down Bamboo. That is going to be another knock here. But they need to get more out of TEC.
That the shotgun really try hard to actually finish off another player, but Yemao finish off another player. There's going to be TEC responding to this with a nade by Suki. And Suki finally speaks out loud for the side of TEC. The Titan's spoken. And now Ming will be cornered down with the blue zone, and the rest of TEC start to closing in the gap.
Okay, here we go. Ming at the lower ground. And Ming will be eliminated. Looks like Weibo Gaming's plan of coming out to the outer side of the circle did not work for them. TEC is the one who won the fight. And now they're managing PERSIJA EVOS on the left.
Oh, spotted out Soxy. Got him down, finish off in a clean manner. But K1 finally stopped to take actions after being, quiet for such a long time. They finally showed their true self. While Morph, on the other hand, Morph is still not doing anything. That's why they got themselves the circle every single time.
Well, I guess they don't really need to do anything at this moment. I mean, they are in a decent position at this point, but definitely at some point of the game, they will need to come out and take their fight. At this moment, they still have the compound with the circle. If they still have the next stage, then, well, it's all about the other teams to come to them. But MORPY GPX is going to take that proactive approach now to go up onto PERSIJA EVOS.
Here comes Cleon with the ghillie suit, a brown one there. That's a perfect disguise to fight against all the teams. But PERSIJA EVOS know how their mindset will be like. They're prepared for this. The one player of PERSIJA EVOS will make such a trouble for Morph. Luxy spotted out by the side of Morph, and Rocky finished it off with the DBS, leaving us with only 3 left.
And now MORPY GPX against TEC as Yoru, 30% of health left. Shadow tries to take it out. Yoru down 10% of health. One last shot onto him and he'll be down, but Rocky comes in from the other side. Takes out one for himself. MORPY GPX, they're not going to go down without a fight.
Morph, time to shine now. This is your time under the limelight after such a long day. Getting the circle, having a tough time to seal it and deal with it. But Morph Babu will be charging by Suki. Suki, that's so sharp and crispy. He didn't whiff even one bullet.
Yeah, just as crispy as the crispy prawn that I had a moment ago. Thank you very much, Chuchu. And now for the 2 last members of MORPY GPX. It's going to be hard because, well, they're on the outside, and on the inside, you have K1 waiting for the both of them.
But TEC, this is Suki we're talking about. I mean, you might actually say it's overrated, but this team, TEC, they managed to Suki actually being shut down by Rocky. But Rocky, can he shut down 97? There's another big player coming out from this lineup, but he's been spotted out by Rocky. K1 on the end tried to take advantage on the other side. They're flanking it out all the way. It's 1v1v4, but the one that's going to win this one is going to be K1. But Rocky, can he win his dignity over TEC down there?
Oh, Passion doing Rocky a favor there by buying time. But it looks like it's going to be TEC eliminated at 3rd place. And KONE is going to be a straightforward elimination. Passion going to come in from behind. And it's going to be K1, the number 1 in this round.
Oh my. Well, I did hit my prediction this time.
Wow.
Lucky me. But it was really... how do I say, interesting match just now. We had so many drop spot challenges early on. I think around, 8 teams possibly trying to fight for their early drop spot challenge, and K1 is not one of them. So that's why they got such a clear day and a clear path to get into Miramar, since K1, they love to drop around Valdemar. And not just that, this is the moment where we saw a lot of incredible plays and nades going on.
Yeah, and a splat as well. But like what you said, right? There were so many early fights that happened in this map. Like, I'm starting to lose count on how many exactly. But there was this one that I can clearly remember is that LGD is clearly not a fan of early drop spot engagement.
Oh, we're going to have to wait and see, because I have a feeling we might actually have another round of that drop spot engagement between these teams here to just mark their territories, right? There's so many awkward moments, a lot of surprises for some teams that happen to be just popped right across another team when they're trying to pass by. But you have to remember Wolf 77H just now when he was fighting against FaZe Clan, the timing was impeccable with that blue zone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is probably the biggest highlight for this round, I must say. I mean, that was like mind-blowing indeed. And with a micro Uzi all alone, 1v3, FaZe Clan, it was all against it, but he still managed to do it. So that was amazing stuff there. But towards the end as well, MORPY GPX, they still managed to survive to a 2nd place finish. Chicken dinner was almost impossible, but I've got to give it to them as well.
Yeah, it feels like a big improvement after multiple times getting themselves that circle. In the first few, like almost the entirety of the map circle phases, they always secured those circles, but it's just having those actions to be translated into a chicken dinner is a bit of a problem for Morph right now. But so far, when it comes to predicting circles, you have to give it to Morph.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about just going into the middle, because of the same theory applies like during the PMS and PNWR. If you ping pong wherever, you will still kind of be within the circle. So that is the strategy that they try to play. But that is, well, our thoughts. Let's hear it from our analyst desk, because they will give you in-depth breakdown. Don't miss out on it, ladies and gentlemen. Passing it back onto Cairo and Contra. Let's go.
K1 Esports is back from the dead. I can say they are doing pretty good during the first Miramar. They delivered well in the game, managed to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner. But then we're looking at the match ranking, TEC stealing the spotlight from them, getting that first place with total of 18 points and clearly dominating in terms of eliminations points.
Yeah, that's a staggering 13 eliminations in this match itself. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we look at K1, they were just chilling at the back, right? Like they say, hey, we already got the zone advantage. Let's not participate in any of these fights. But you saw coming into the top 8 was a majority PEL fight going on across the board. Of course, the outlier being some of the players coming from Morph GPX. K1 was the one that really sealed the deal for the entirety of the squad. But I'm pretty sure that teams from coming in from the later stage of the game, like Weibo Gaming, especially for TEC, they're going to be walking away with a lot of points to back. So that definitely helps them in the chart later on. But take a look at this. It was Suki just putting a dent onto everybody.
Yeah, he's been gunning down everyone in Miramar just now with 946 damage coming up from him, followed by Rocky. Morph GPX, we have to give credit for them. They've been controlling the circle from circle 3, map control all the way on the north side of the map, and then they narrow it down to only securing one compound and denying TeamPAI from overtaking it.
Yeah, and I'm just pretty interested to look into this whole graph right here because, well, it's actually just a scoreboard standing instead of a graph. Yeah. Anyways, TeamPAI, you know, they haven't been so flashy throughout the run, and we're seeing that them at number 1.
Yep, with 46 points without a winner chicken dinner. They're so consistent. And joining them is PERSIJA EVOS. Still no chicken dinner for them. But then they put out every game with wholeheartedly playing with good coordination, good team synergy, as we can see from the highlights. At the end of the game, they managed to secure a lot of points. Maybe not a lot, but they always go out with some points in hand to put themselves on top of the overall ranking.
Yeah, this is why I've been mentioning earlier on before we even start the run here inside Miramar that their strategic playstyle coming in from PL has definitely helped them a lot on how to maneuver around Miramar, where you saw there's so many of all these areas of play that has no compound for them to hide. Yep. They still work around some of all these creases of the hill, some ditches, and somehow they still manage to make it out. And I believe you and I have seen a lot of all these open area fights as well, and I just can't believe that they could just easily land shots, even with shotguns shells going across the board. So I think it's really impressive on how PEL take fights, and at the same time, I felt like, is it that SEA teams, they take too much more than they could chew in the early game that they couldn't compete in the late game?
It's a bit hard for me to tell about it, but then talking about how PL teams engage in fights, they are super productive on looking out for third parties. And as we've seen in the game just now, how Alter Ego, early on, they were fighting with Tianba, but then out of a sudden, Weibo Gaming just come up from the right side and give them tons more pressure from the other side and just eliminates them in a blink of an eye. This is a very, very good playstyle from the PL teams for sure, because they are really productive and not just sitting around waiting for maybe teams to approach them.
Yeah.
And
so
this is one of the reasons
in every single fight that, and not only are they reactive to the situation, they ensure that they get those clean fights going their way as well. Yep. Like they have already checked, okay, coast is cleared, the other team won't be attacking me when I basically go in for an invade, and that's how it all worked out for them. So now there's only one more map to go, Cairo.
Oof, one last map to go, and it's Miramar. We've seen 4 earlier fights for drop spot. Maybe or maybe not. Not sure. It will be answered in-game, and now it's time to pass back the mic to our casters, Chuchu and Sir Cloud. There you go.
Taking it. You know, we don't leave you guys in awkwardness this time. We're nice people, right, Cloud? We're nice.
Okay, I'm nice for sure. Yep. Yes, we are nice. We are nice. We are nice. We are nice. Especially you with your nice makeup today. I gotta say it again.
My
you know.
God, you know how my skin being burned. I need to put a lot of makeup on my face here today, so bear with me, everybody.
Well, that's how they feel inside of Miramar. So a lot of sunlight there, you know. But thank you to our analysts for actually counting how many early encounters we had. We have 4. So, man, our observers are going to have a lot of work to do during the start.
And there are human counters on this side. These guys that keep counting. They're so good at math. I'm like, we Asian people really good at counting stuff, aren't we? But back to it, something that's kind of true so far. Speaking back to it, the game, right? I have to agree, we don't know will there be a lot of clashes because like I mentioned before, it's down to the flight path. Because if the flight path happened to be just how it was before, we might actually having the same team fights again.
Yeah, so maybe the flight path shift like in the middle, nice flight path, maybe it will be different, or maybe it's like on the left, then you'll see a different set of teams. Plus, this is a bigger map, right? So even if let's assuming that we shift the flight path like all the way left, then going to Impala is going to be very hard, for example. So it's very unlikely we'll see that very early clash. Yeah, it's very flight path determined since this is a big map. So I want to see a different flight path just to prove the point whether, irregardless of flight path, they still want to fight for those spots.
You know, funny enough, you mentioned Impala. Even though we have different regions here in Italy, nobody wants to drop into Impala. Surprisingly, it's so vacant and it can actually be used or taken advantage of. A lot of places are quite vacant, including Montenuevo, La Rilera. Those are the places, especially Montenuevo, it's quite awkward to not have anybody occupied it.
Yeah, for some reason, now that you pointed it out, true enough. I wonder why, but yeah. And the flight path was just right on top of Impala, right? So I guess we don't have an answer for now. We need a few more Miramar rounds just to be sure and come up with better theories. But based on the map points so far, PL is leading C. But let's see if that changes in this Miramar last game for today.
Last map here, despite this is a bigger map than Erangel, we can see team coming up from PL do prefer this map over Erangel of how productive they can get and how aggressive their rotations are.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I really like the proactiveness and they're willing to take risks like, okay, if it means going out of the circle just to get elimination points, they will do it. So we can expect maybe the same trend to happen here today or in this round. But let's look at the flight path, right? So it's very different from before. It's going to start on the left to the right, somewhat cutting across the middle. So let's see if some of the theories that we had on the early clashes will happen again.
Definitely will be, because Picardo is going to be FaZe Clan versus Wolves again, because it's right cutting across Picardo here. And not just that, BTR and PEL might actually share around St. Martin on the left side, right on top of Power Grid there. That's going to be between these two teams if they decide to jump themselves there. But K1, as per usual, Valdemar is so vacant. Nobody wants to drop himself there. Chumasaro taken by XERXIA. That's their usual drop spot. Nobody will contest them there as well. But will Tianba and Alter Ego drop on the southern side of a map again?
Well, here we go. FaZe Clan and Wolf for round 2. Earlier on, it was Wolf winning the fight against FaZe Clan. And now FaZe Clan coming in again, getting the first blood. And it's going to be handed on to Onzens.
Now, try to redeem himself once more. FaZe Clan, that was unfortunate ending in the last one. Try to delay so much. Well, we do have Thunder Talk versus Vampires. That's going to be right on top of La Benita or Los Leones right now as we speak. But Vampires definitely winning with that kill feed. Just keep on popping, finishing and deleting a lot of Thunder Talk players.
And let's not forget about Sem9 versus TEC as well. Early on, Sem9 lost against TEC. The first team to be eliminated, and now looks like TEC, they have the upper hand by knocking down Dab.
Surprisingly, I thought that because of the flight path, they might actually want to drop themselves 7-9 for Picardo. It's going to be 3-way war if that's the case there. But they dropped back to Ascended Patron like how they did before. So these two teams still fighting against each other. You might actually have 4 drop spots contested again, Cairo.
Well, yeah, I'm counting. I 3, 4? Yeah, it's 4, right?
Yeah,
it's 4. So it's going to be the same 4 again. No changes so far. And for TEC, let's go. As we can see here, they still have the advantage since they knocked down Dep. They are fighting the rest of Sem9. At the same time, FaZe Clan and Wolf fighting it out. Vampire, Thunderdog as well. I mean, it's just a mess everywhere. But looks like this time around, it's going to be Thunderdog, the first team to be eliminated. Now back on the 7-9. Tam gets a knockdown onto Bamboo. And looks like 7-9 fighting back, but now Tam is super duper low. He doesn't have a first aid.
Oh, TEC now it's going to be 1-all as SM9 redeemed themselves because TEC won in the last map, 1-4 each. But FaZe Clan versus Wolf is not done yet. Don't forget BTR versus TeamPAI, which still no actions being taken between these two teams. So far it's just 3 drop spots fights for now. But for Thunder Talk, and also we have Alter Ego versus LGD, make it 4.
Oh man, okay, LGD. The trend is that they're not a fan of early encounters, but this time around they have the upper hand against Alter Ego, and they took out the top eliminator for Alter Ego, Rosemary.
CC spotted out by Octa. That's going to be one of the best players for PEL. Cheng Si. Overrated or not, he's been crowned as one of the most valuable players in that season last summer, 2023. Octa, quite hesitant to make a move. He's not having his helmet on. Level 1 vest, Vector and a UMP. Bullets, not so much. Troubles, 1 molly. He's just gonna leave CC to just go away and reunite with his team.
Yeah, it looks like LGD is just keeping an eye on the Alter Ego for now, despite them having that man advantage. But I guess because of LGD's current position, they are the only team with only still a single-digit point. So they're not in the best of motivation. But we move back over to Picado, where Wolves and FaZe Clan not done yet. And this time around, Wolves, only 2 players left.
Numbers don't really matter for the last case scenario. That was 1v3. Oh my god. But this time, I think Circle quite favors them. So they do have all the time they need. They're not really that far from a Circle, but still far enough. But FaZe, they need to wrap things up. Of all the lessons they learned today, they cannot delay any fight too long.
Oh, look at this off angle here. Looks like they might get something out of this, but FaZe Clan have the numbers though. Okay, let's see here. As Ventores gets closer and closer to the other side. Previously, it was Ventores as well who went for the flank to clear out the off angle. But in this current position, Ventores not able to do so. Instead, he sent out Onzers to keep an eye onto a Big Feet to make sure that he does not do anything funny.
And Mela is trying to shut down on 77 up there. Look how hard he tried to take him down. As Big Feet spotted out on this clear shot, he goes and got himself a headshot down there. But 77 being knocked down by Mela. Speaking of timing, Big Feet, the moment he opened fire, that's where his teammate been knocked down and gave away his position. And didn't actually chuck down entirely for Omdens as well. Big Feet barely hanging on.
Now with the smoke, buying time for himself. But a backup, okay, there's no one else to back him up. He's all alone right now. Can he pull off another insane 1v against the world of FaZe Clan to come out on top again, just like earlier on from his teammate? Bullets running low at this moment. He only has 1 reload magazine and it's just too much for him to handle. Looks like history will not repeat himself as FaZe Clan will win it against Wolf.
Now it's going to be 1-all for all the teams fighting for their drop spot just now. But on the side of Big Feet, that pre-fire was incredible, by the way, along those smokes just now. If you actually waited on stay, might actually have a shot at it, but not willing to take a risk anyhow. Back to the side of PERSIJA EVOS versus SM9. SM9 just done with TEC before, but they definitely got a lot of loot to take from those death boxes on top of Fascinated Patron.
Ooh, misery knockdown Tam with M249. That's going to be Dap, SM9's last hope at this moment. So let's see if that can pull off an insane clutch against PERSIJA EVOS. Beautiful squad here charging onto him, and they kind of know where he's at. Tam eliminated. Dap, UMP with an M16. No first aids, level 1 helmet. Ooh, it's gonna be hard.
Miracle plays. Can he actually do that? UMP waiting for somebody to pick out. There it goes. That's your shot. Almost got it, close enough. Knocked down on red phase, but they will revive him, no problem. He needs to get out now. No time. No, the wrong way. Just exit out. Dap taking a rooftop. A bit smart there, going all the way upwards, but they found him out anyhow.
They see they should they take him out. So that's going to be Sem9, number 30. But at least they got 4 elimination points early on. So not empty-handed for Sem9.
This is the other team we talked about for the early compound fights, BTR versus PEL, but unfortunately, it's not just going to be 2 of them because Morph happen to be nearby as well.
Third party might happen, but Morph is not a fan of third parties. They want to focus on to getting into the middle of the circle, stay there to the later stages, so they might want to give this fight a pass. If it was any of the other PL teams, then maybe they might be interested to be a third party. Now, circle-wise, Morph GPX in the middle. We got a good number of teams there. Circle shrinks and it goes up north.
Wow.
And you still got a good amount of teams there.
Oh man, Toria Humano is so vacant right now. It's supposed to be like a Morph's drop spot again, yes, per usual, but because of the flight path itself, nobody can actually drop up north all the way. Alter Ego might actually have a clear path towards Tierra Bronca, might actually entering into Toria Ahumada. But LGD just tailing them closely. That's not just going to be LGD. There's another team on the right side. Who's that again? Is it Tianba?
We'll get a visual later on. Yeah. But for now, I think on the left we might see an encounter as well because I noticed that one of the PL teams is there and naturally they like to play a little bit, some of them like to play a little bit slower and try to gatekeep teams. So I think there's going to be an encounter somewhere on the left side trying to get into the circle.
Problem is, we saw how occupied, how crowded it was when it comes to the left side of circle. Who will be at the choke points? Who will try to stop people out? Sorry, stop people from getting into the circle. That's the one team that we should watch out for. But Mau Mau or LGD Cat, it's going to be LGD having all 4 men well and alive on top of Tierra Bronca, I think. And it's going to be a clear one for them as well. But the rest of the team so far has been slightly quiet. Yeah, it was Tianba just next to them. I have a feeling they might actually clash each other quite early here.
At this moment, Tianba is the only team tanking out the blue, so there must be a reason why. It's either they really want to come in a little bit later or gatekeeping is happening on the Tianba. But now since we have visual, they are taking that slower approach to come into the circle, which is absolutely fine as well because, yeah, stage 1, stage 2, it's still tankable in Miramar.
Well, they do take a longer rotations. While taking a longer rotation, try to find some extra vehicles, just try to change cars there. XERXIA on the other hand coming out from Chumasera, going into the left side of circle, barely at the corners, where TeamPAI spotted out XERXIA on top of them, but I don't think the shots here are going to be easy from 76.
Oh, long range 76, but I don't think he intends to secure anything out of this. So it's more like warning shots towards XERXIA and see if he can somehow force XERXIA to kind of move. But even though if he does so, it's more of like planning for the next step because right now they're kind of okay as well in the circle.
It's kind of true, a bit overachiever, a bit of a overachiever coming out from the side of PEL to actually shoot from downward, so from below upwards. Well, RNG is definitely something that's doable for him, but they need to reposition himself in a very safe spot first because there might be more than one team passing by later on. Tianba on the other hand still taking their time in the blue zone. I feel like they're actually not really happy with their loot just yet. Maybe that's why they're taking a bit of a deeper dive into the blue zone here.
I guess they're just trying to... Okay, now we have a good visual. They go all the way up north. So this is a strategy to go all the way up north and come back down south where potentially Weibo Gaming will still be at. And that is to avoid the congestion that would happen on the south side or even on the left, on the right. As we can see here, a lot of the other teams are down there.
Yeah, I have to say they're a step behind for the side of Team PEL, all of them coming up from the northern side, so they're all fighting each other as well. XERXIA, never mind, is actually PEL versus XERXIA. RNJ, no sign of mercy being shown at all, but FaZe taking advantage as a third party where XERXIA is quite busy with TeamPAI.
Oh yeah, long range from Ventura hoping to land something out of this, but he's just draining his bullets at this moment. But hey, you know what? Looks like he got a return on investment through that knock at least.
A costly one, his magazines running low for the side of Venturas. But BTR taking advantage. XERXIA happened to be locked down by 2-3 teams at the same time. Not the greatest spot they want to stand themselves in. Left, right and center, all the shots coming up to a side of XERXIA.
Oh yeah, I mean XERXIA now pinned down on the lower ground. BTR on one side, Ventoris on another, PEI on the other as well. Okay, speaking of Ventoris and PEI, Ventoris all alone on the lower ground. That nade will be tossed out to the second floor, and Ventoris, despite him being all alone, seems to be going in onto his opponent.
Challenging Small to fight him back here with the support coming out from Ventoris behind. I feel like Mormon want to go in for the push. Who will take the front line here? The entirety of a FaZe is here. My God, Smile, if your knee's not shaking, I don't know if you're still smiling or not, but he's definitely want to fight back.
Okay, here we go. All alone. His teammates are, well, his teammates are nowhere to be found, so not too sure. But anyway, Mormon, it's going to be straightforward charge in from him and his other teammates as well. So that's going to be Smile eliminated. So for PEI, who's currently leading the chart, only has 2 players left.
PERSIJA EVOS on the other end, taking XERXIA down. XERXIA, they're cornered, box in, no way out. There's no way they can run. The only last player remaining is going to be Megamind. He's also kind of being clustered into the fray here, cornered with his back with the blue zone. So there's no way for XERXIA to get out at all.
Nothing much that Megamind can do about it since he is all alone on the other side as a support fire, and 3 of his teammates out. Yeah, he's going to go and play for placement points instead. As they move over to Morph GPX, this time around, despite playing in the middle, they have company in the name of PERSIJA EVOS.
Peng just casually giving a bit of a warning shot before leaving this area. But TeamPAI taking the blue zone while FaZe returns the fires, making a big favor for PEI to just flee. While 76 bleeding out as G. The last player left, but he doesn't have a place to go as well. Just like in the boat of XERXIA before. He might actually join Megamind to hide around the tree for now, but as G is bleeding out into the blue, and this is not that forgiving since we're entering stage 4.
Okay, here we go. SG should be able to heal up himself, but he's still locked out in the blue, unfortunately. Oh, but SG firing back on the FaZe Clan. Oh, but this time around, he won't be able to heal up in time. Definitely the zone will take him out, and that is going to be PEI eliminated.
Well, for the side of PEI, didn't secure the elimination since the knockdown will not be counted. While PERSIJA EVOS morph. For the first time, we're looking at them being more aggressive, shutting down PERSIJA EVOS. And that's PERSIJA EVOS' #1 spot open up for Morph. I mean, that's a long chase, but doable.
Wow, getting good motivation from their recent surge of performance. 6 eliminations now for Morph GPX, and everyone has something on their plate.
Now, this is the first time we're looking at Morph being so proactive compared to Erangel Mem. I do think that they do prefer Miramon now.
We'll keep an eye on that though, but that is an interesting topic for us to discuss and maybe for our analysts to break down later on. As now, circle-wise. Okay, so for Tianba, their long rotation is paying off so far. They're evading all the big fights and they are safe on the north side.
All the Northern is going to be taken out by the side of a PEL team, including LGD, K1. All the PELs on the northern side, Weibo Gaming as well. The rest of SEA are fighting against each other. They spotted out FaZe Clan, BTR, Gen4 chuck out and just trying to take all the energy drink to go for the push. Mormon taking the front line, spotted out Morph. Cleon being taken out, not really. He's down to 50% HP. Never mind, he's actually knocked down there.
Onsens, pressure by the blue, he has to move. But eyes on him, Morph GPS not letting him go. Knocked down by Cleon. Mela is going to be the last man for FaZe Clan. Nowhere to go as Morph GPX takes out FaZe Clan, and now they will be in the lead in terms of amount of eliminations.
Oh boy, Cat. Not really a warm welcome. Despite it, they're trying to take over this compound. Vampires just greeted them with all those grenades. Raining over. LGD having a tough time to land themselves here. But I try to actually open up the space. LGD, they don't have the vision towards where the whereabouts of Vampires. Oh, that was a close one for LGD.
Man, that was scary. If that knock happened, then Blessing, well, that's definitely not a blessing in disguise, as now he has a nade in hand as well. But the bad news is that they are both on the outside of the circle, and the blue is just right behind them. Vampire Esports, all they need to do is just hold their ground and the blue will do his work.
LGD being choked by Vampires. This is definitely going to be gatekeeping this as quite tight as they possibly can. For Vampires, this is opportunity they don't want to miss. LGD one player down, leaving only Blessing alone. Now they try to hunt him down left, right. There's nowhere to run nor hide with the blues on as well. But also Ego! How Fnatic, you fuck foxy guy.
Wow. I was kind of worried there for a moment, but yeah, thank you, Fnatic, for bringing out the excitement in Choo Choo. And
It's first time experiencing this.
I know, right? I got that a couple of times. You know, it's a scare. You know, Cairo, welcome to the English desk. Anyway, so Alter Ego. Well, that was a nice steal from afar. I gotta give it to him.
Yeah, that was super sly. I mean, that was incredible. But oh man, it's gonna be hurting the pride for Vampires. Last minute stolen over by the sort of Fnatic. My God.
Yeah, that's going to be an extra point there for Alter Ego. And you know what, Alter Ego, they're not in a position where there might be a lot of action, at least in the next like 10 seconds or 50 seconds or so. So it might as well try to steal away something and manage to get back something in return. But for MORPY, well, they are a different team this round. 9
eliminations. I feel like a proud mom for now. They got a lot of opportunities and finally start to wake up in Miramar. But will I speak too soon here? Because I don't want to jinx the team, but on the side of Alter Ego, trying to take a bit of a jab to his Vampires from the back.
Okay, here, Alter Ego looking for action. They'll be kind of bored. But now they have Vampire Esports close by on the other side. We got Octa there, keeping eyes on them. Vampire Esports, at least they're in the circle, holding their ground. I don't expect an engagement.
Octa feels a bit agitated the way he's just raving his crosshair all across the corners. Vampires on the other end taking a bit of chances here. A bit elevations, but quite open. Not much covers in case they're being spotted out. Now, we don't see a lot of Weibo Gaming, KONE and Tianba because all of them are on the northern side. And they try to keep it quiet as long as they need to be because they are in the circle.
Wow. This team is definitely not going to keep quiet. MORPY now has BIGETRON Red villains to deal with. And they're sending Cleon out at the forefront, get information. He knows where the members of BTR are at right now. And the fight, expect that to happen as the blue is closing in. Let's not forget as well, a couple of members of MORPY are still on the outside.
It's kind of true. But they do have very challenging terrain to fight against BTR here. And Lapa and the rest of BTR spread out to 3-1 formation. While the respawn coming up from Morph is going to be 2-2 there. Interesting. Gen Force trying to find any loophole he can actually use as Morph weaknesses down there. Spot out Yoru, but that's just giving away his position. Maybe he's trying to distract.
But let's see if Gen Force can come up with a distraction plan. He is moving back to his teammates, so I think that he's not willing to spend time in the blue. I mean, at this stage 5 to stage 6, so might as well come in and take a prime position, just like how Boysil and his other teammates are at. But thanks to the rough terrain as well, you know, it's doing MORPY a favor, not allowing BTR to have a good line of sight to shoot directly onto them.
And this is going to be even entertaining if the circle happen to be just shifting away in less than 50 seconds. And these guys will have not enough room to run themselves into because the terrain is a bit steep for them. Tianba got himself quite a solid compound, but if the circle feels like it will move away for now. K1 do kind of clustered up together. Yep, that Tianba barely hang on, but they still got that compound. But for the sort of BTR Morph, this have to settle as soon as possible.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. And Alter Ego taking the advantage to shoot on the MORPY from afar. That's going to be Pepe now in trouble. 20% of health, but he has the space to heal up. But will he have the space to get away? That's going to be the question. But it's going to be Boboku knocking down Octa instead. Maybe this is an opening for MORPY to cut across to Alter Ego.
Morph is like, we're done with BTR. Might as well just take a jab to his side of Alter Ego. Is happily just waiting around the corners. While Morph now decided, you know what? We need to brute force our way to deal with BTR like a man. Let's go and do this. And meeting up with Lapa. Hello, guys. And Cleon, we go on the other side.
Okay, here, Boysil shoots. Boysil has backup from his teammates. And now, one by one from MORPY, looks like they're falling apart, but Lapa is being locked down as well. Yoru will be the one to take down Lapa. Pepe tries to find an advantage here with the DBS gameplay. Can he get one? Yes, he will, but he's not able to get them all. Gen Force is the one that's still alive. Gen Force, 1v1. Can he finish off the last member of MORPY now?
Boo-boo-hoo, he just runs at gunpoint. How are you doing that? Boo-boo-hoo just runs straight forward, giving his body a jet force. Take me away. That's the message I got.
Okay, somebody has to bring Choo Choo for supper after this, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like I should have eaten her prawn fry, whatever that's been called. Yeah, she's clearly hungry now.
That was so unnecessary for him to just run straight up to his death here. Got a chance at 1v1, but never mind. What's happened, done and dusted. We're down to 5 teams with TeamPAI still taking a blizzard in the last minute.
Now I want a donut, but I don't know.
It's a perfect time for donut.
Yeah, actually, right? But anyway, I'm sure these teams wouldn't mind a donut if they can get a chicken dinner and claim it from their manager. We're down to the top 5 teams. We got Alter Ego, BIGETRON Red Villains, Weibo Gaming, K1, as well as Tianba.
Yep, the 3 PL teams has been quiet for a long time, but now take up the challenge. A brute force to a side of TeamPAI, going for the rush. LY, where is Spawn? Getting a tree off the ground. Oh, well, why? He's fighting K1 despite them being charged in.
Can he do it? Here he goes! Wow. Got a little bit of help from BIGETRON Red Villains, but that's okay. It's still going to be LY doing a lot of heavy lifting, defending their ground, and now he has the time to revive his teammate.
He clutched the entire team of another team, K1 by himself. Now we're back to Alter Ego versus BTR. It's going to be Indonesians fighting against the Chinese team. Now, the PL teams are fighting against each other, while the Indonesians are going against each other as well.
Oh, yeah. It feels like this local connection that they're happening right now. But let's see. Circle-wise, 10 more seconds. We still got stage 7, ladies and gentlemen, so it could favor anyone at this point. Looking at the numbers right now, Tianba and Weibo Gaming has the most numbers. So, numbers-wise, it does favor them, giving them a bigger percentage of securing the final chicken dinner for today.
It falls out of Tianba trying to open up their angles and spreading out quite wide amongst each other. Now, while the lineup of Alter Ego, they're trying to find any information across the other side of the mountain. Octa spotted out the entirety of BTR, but where are the other 2 teams?
They don't have a vision just yet, but they have a clear vision now on where BTR is at. Okay, Octa on one side. We've got Fnatic on the other side as well. Octa crawling, getting as close as possible to BTR, but at the same time, looks like Weibo Gaming starting their shooting against Tianba. Taking out one from Tianba. It's going to be YDD out.
Yeah, Ma, on the other hand, trying to revive on Ming. Trying to pick himself and his friend up. While Tianba, on the other hand, waiting for the golden opportunity to just open fires. Run, playing it patiently. They're trying to gather as much information and trying to spot every single player across them. While they're being patient, Octa not so much. He wants to just go against BTR, but the terrain not on his side.
Oh man, that Molly is lucky to evade that. Okay, if he can land this nade in the shack just in front of him, it's going to be 1 knockdown on the side of BTR. Octa, now he's prepping it up, but Satar left the building, so that nade will not bring him dividends. But Lapar is there to take the Fnatic instead.
Perfect off angle coming out from the side of Alter Ego and BTR here. Interesting fight indeed, but you can see them only flying. That was a risky one. But back to his side of Weibo Gaming, he spotted out Alva. He didn't have a clue.
Oh yeah, and that means that Alpha is currently down. BIGETRON Red Villains, they take advantage. They know that there's 1 more to go. Octa is dead. Octa being spotted out by BTR. BTR surrounded, nowhere for him to go. Alter Ego is down. And now BTR against Weibo Gaming as well as Tianba.
Now, Weibo definitely didn't have a glimpse to a side of Tianba. They kind of cover themselves well for Tianba, but Tianba can see everybody that's going on down there. BTR not in the best spot there is. Quite a bit of a lower ground if you compare to all the others. They need to climb up, but the moment they climb up, they will be shut down instead because of over-peaking. But for Weibo Gaming, feels like they know exactly where all the other teams are.
And we are now officially in stage 8. Arguably, this is the longest round that we have had so far today in the PMRC. Let's see who will come up big with the chicken dinner. Can BTR balance out the chicken dinner for Southeast Asia? Or will PEL take home the 4th chicken dinner for today?
Yep, so far for the Mirama, no SEA team managed to secure any Mirama chicken just yet. Will it BTR the first one to do so, or will finally WBG or Tianba get their first ever chicken dinner. But Lapa, on the other hand, taking a bit of courage, just push forward by himself. They are forming a triangle for BTR.
Ooh, Boysil taking a little bit of a risk there. Tanking out the blue to get the vehicle. But then again, he's still on the outside of the blue. Now the blue is closing in. Tianba is tanking out the blue as well. Weibo Gaming taking out shots from BTR. But they are kind of clear on that side. It's going to be a three-way war here. Basically, who moves first will snooze as BTR reposition themselves in the circle.
Yeah, Mal tempted to go in for the rush. Got himself all vehicles, watch is pretty low, not much first aid, nothing at all. Got himself bandages to use for the time being. He's trying to approach towards that airdrop just nearby, hoping there'll be some first aids in there somewhere, but Tianba opened up this space between them and Gap is down on his knees.
Well, looks like there's no gap between them as Gap will be knocked down. Tianba looking for more knockdowns, looking for more eliminations. QZZ, but BTR at the same time from behind, putting pressure on the Tianba as Tianba will get another one out of Weibo Gaming.
QZZ open up so many smokes in between there, and nobody can actually visualize him right in the center of the smoke. Cirque open fires, trying to shoot down on BTR, trying to reposition himself right across him, but he's almost shattered the helmet, shattered his vest, but he needs to get out from the blue zone. He's gonna be painful, but Tianba, oh my god, they spotted out Weibo Gaming. It's down to 2 teams, but they are outnumbered by BTR.
Well, BTR, Tianba is going to take home the final chicken dinner for today. If it's going to be BTR, that means it's going to be 3-3. But if it's going to be Tianba, it's going to be 4 chicken dinners for the PEL side. Now, stage 9, no circle left. It's going to close entirely. The fight will end.
LY. Oh, they don't have any first aid here. Yeah, they do. QZZ toss the first nade out, just trying to test out the waters, trying to fish and bait out BTR out of their hiding spot. But BTR, they got the high grounds. They can see QZZ. Oh my god, Satar, that was so close, but that was actually a smoke. Now, this is where Tianba tried to brute force in.
Satar actually surprised them. They don't know that he's behind the smoke, but the nade! Satar, that was a close one. He doesn't have any first aids to reset himself, but they still don't know that Satar is out. Or maybe they do! They toss it there to Satar! Satar's currently down! 2 more to go for BTR.
BTR have to fight this in blind due to the smokes opened by Tianba. Tianba, I'm not sure what's exactly the plan here. They are fighting it blind as well.
Oh!
Just randomizing with their hand grenade, hoping it's sort of a relay going on. But BTR, can they revive their teammate to equal out the odds here? It's back to 2v3, despite Tianba was 2 before they managed to reset on 1. But they have plenty of hand grenades.
Oh, here we go. Tianba, LY with the nade, toss on to BTR. That's going to be his final hand grenade, and now he's going to go in for the rush with an M4. He sees where Lapar is at. Lapar looks like he's going to be the last man standing for BTR. They're going to rush it on there, and LY has it in sight, and Tianba is going to be taking it home for PEL.
What a close combat. You have to give respect for the side of BTR, despite them being cornered down, shoot by 2 teams before. With Weibo Gaming and Tianba at the same time, they lost to place themselves that second. But Tianba, they took such a long rotation up north, lit up all the hand grenades for this particular reason.
And it brought them the chicken dinner. So, well played there by Tianba. Taking a very different route as compared to majority of the teams who take a conventional route, and it brought them this chicken dinner. Now, not directly, but then again, they evaded all the tough fights that was happening on the south side. So as they come in, they are fresh and they are prepared for the final moment.
That was well worth investing their time in the blue zone. I think they are one of the longest, the team that actually longest in the blue zone compared to all the others, of how they tried to rotate all the way north. And we have no clue what was the plan for Tianba until the end, where they're actually just giving so much smoke, so much hand grenade. You know what? They don't want to even pinpoint the exact location. We just toss around the hand grenade, hoping it will hit on 1 or 2 or the entire team here.
And speaking about the longest, this is definitely the longest round that we have had so far in the PMRC.
Really? I thought it was Erangel. Oh, I thought it was the first Erangel.
Okay, so none of the rounds hit stage number 9.
Oh yeah, that's
so this is definitely the longest, and it was kept at the end. And despite it being the longest, but such entertainment towards the end there by Tianba, BTR. all the teams. You guys did amazing.
But-
Donuts for all you guys.
I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be similar fights for the compounds again once more. And when it comes to Erangel and Miramar for day number 2, though.
Yeah, I want to keep an eye on that as well. Especially Sanhok, in which we only have one Sanhok. So, well, we don't know if it's going to be a repeat, right? But we will keep an eye on that. But ladies and gentlemen, that is all from us at the Castle Desk. My name is Sir Clark as well as Choo Choo. We'll be sending it back to the analyst desk and ask them whether they like donuts or not. Take it away.
Of course, we love donuts.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't? But then this is just classic from Tianba, securing a winner chicken dinner for the PL teams on the final game of the day. This is what happened to during PMWI. They were dominating on the third day during the main stage, and they're doing it a bit earlier on day 1, final game. Tianba, your winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, this is just a Tianba signature move where they're not only having the most solid of defensive maneuvers around, like the way that they play is so oppressive. You saw Weibo try to push forward, they managed to halt them in the progress. Even despite BIGETRON Red Villains having a little bit more of that advantage, it seems that they're all caught up. But look at how they slowly dissect the fight. Once they got the pick off, they just run rampage. So QZZ definitely is the man that has been hitting the mark throughout the course of this final battle inside Miramar. And just like how Sir Carlos said, it was the long haul fight, the longest that we had, and these guys have got the stamina to pull through.
Yeah, Tianba, they just so good during the last map. Just now, they managed to eliminate Weibo Gaming, and then they were down 1 man when BIGETRON tried to put a fight to them, but then suddenly things changes so quick. But then, yeah, Tianba, they managed to secure the winner chicken dinner and put themselves now on the 11th spot. This is one of the great news for PL teams. Only LGD now need to figure it out how to play PMRC this time around.
Yeah, and for the Indonesians, they got it all figured out. They're the flag bearers of Southeast Asia at the moment. Currently, PERSIJA, EVOS, BTR on first as well as second. Then TeamPAI have yet to find a chicken dinner, but they have evened out the number with even BIGETRON Red Villains. MorphGPX now moving up to number 4, and you can see that maybe there's a little bit of stagnation in the middle of the pack. But hey, I like how the rest of the PEL teams have been able to progress throughout the later stages of the day.
Yeah, and we have to give props to the top 4 eliminators. Spy being at number 1 place right now, a support for his team, but delivering a lot of elimination points. 15 coming up from him with 339.5 average damage, 19 minutes and 32 seconds of survival time, and 15 throwable use, followed by second place Suki, Schwab's third, and Zuxi on 4th place. But then all of these 3 players have the same elimination points.
Yeah, it's just so scary on how these 2 regions have actually met each other's match. And the top player has to be from TeamPAI. My goodness, they never really had those chicken dinners. Thanks to him that they've been able to really pull through. And you look at it go, like early on you were mentioning it was about 3.5 average points that he brings in terms of eliminations. He is so reliable every single map to bring these numbers back to TeamPAI, which is why they're still in the top 3.
Yep, correct. And looking at the earlier fight for drop spots, we've seen that maybe some things need to be figured out by the teams that having fights around Hacienda del Patron between TEC and SEM9. Most probably SEM9 would change their drop spot, or maybe they just don't mind and just want to fight with TEC, because currently it's even Steven for both of them. Meanwhile, for Minas Generales between Thundertalk Gaming and VPE are dominating them. Clearly having the cleanest fight that they can have in Miramar. Doesn't need a lot of time to eliminate their opponent.
Yeah, I think like these sort of contests will still be happening the next time we go back into Miramar. That's tomorrow's story. But going back into that earlier gameplay where I just can't keep my eyes off of BIGETRON Red Villains, because there was that one moment, remember, that Morph was actually pushing them up the hill. Only one member was alive, and that was Genfos. He didn't only eliminate the entirety of Morph, he revived everybody in order to allow them to move into this top 2. If that play didn't happen, I don't think BIGETRON Red Villains would be sitting at number 2 right now.
Yeah, but as for now, we can conclude that the bigger maps are being fully dominated by the PL teams, which we can see two maps of Erangel and 2 maps of Miramar. won by PL teams and only one Erangel AE, if I'm not mistaken, won by AE on the third map of Erangel, and yeah, Sanhok for C teams. Might be some changes for tomorrow, but I feel like C teams must be more prepared for bigger maps.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at the CE region in general. Now it's all a heavy showing coming in from Indonesia. I've expected a little bit more from Thailand, and I would say my expectation wasn't exactly being met throughout the course of the day. Do you feel like there was a couple of hiccups that these teams have actually gone through? Because it didn't seem like FaZe Clan is playing at the finest level that they're known for.
Maybe because having these early fights going on, especially in Miramar and Sanhok, where they have to fight with a lot of teams. They changed their draw
Just to
spot
get
to
by.
Hardin. Yeah, Weibo Gaming was there with Wolves, and they were the first one to get eliminated. Meanwhile, at Pecado, yes, it's 1-for-1 for Wolves and FaZe, but then those hiccups must be prevented in-game due to get them more points to make sure they are on top of their performance.
At the very least, in the early stages of the day, we see maybe Vampire Esports still putting in quite the showing, achieving at least the highest ranking of top 2 or even top 3. So other than that, I guess eventually they did lose out a little bit of that momentum. I believe that a lot of all these early clashes have actually cost them quite a lot, like what you said. So other than that, I want to see more coming in from Sem9, and also for PL, it has to be LGD.
Yep, LGD, they must put up a fight. They are the only one at the bottom of the overall rankings right now, but we've known them for their performance during PL stage. And we know that they are good with their rotations on how they engage fights, and I believe they will do so tomorrow. But yeah, that's for tomorrow's story to tell. But then we have to look over a side of MORPY GPX. They played super aggressive in Miramar. I don't know where the spirit is coming from, but they deliver it well.
We just love seeing these guys at work. Like, it just feels very mechanical when they try to go in for those kind of executions. And for me right now, I just want to spin the story a little bit, because I look at the C teams. Yeah, it's currently Indonesia's domination. But when we look at PEL, it really feels like everybody wants to best each other, even within their own region. Like, you can't really say, hey, Titan Esports Club is still like the very best team. Later on, we see throughout the day, TeamPAI start to have a little bit of a surge in momentum. And then TeamPAI quietly takes most of all these points out of nowhere without much of a highlight going on. And like, they're just basically smiling to the bank, right? So Thunder Talk Gaming started off strong, maybe a little later stages, a little bit slower. So I can't put my finger. Which team of PL do you feel will have that sort of strength to pull off all the days and come out on top?
All the days, I would say maybe TEC. They didn't start strong and they didn't end well, but in the middle, they were doing great. They got like 13 elimination points in one game. They're looking super solid with their firepower. Maybe just need a little bit more, I can say, good mentality in all of the games that they are playing. Maybe not being overconfident on taking each fights, and maybe not so defensive style, I can say.
Yeah, I believe that we can go on for all night, and I believe all of you viewers out there have already gotten a taste of all the chicken dinners for today. We thank you all very much for joining us here from the start to the finish, or if you just joined for one game, we still thank you as well. Of course, all of this is brought to you by Tencent Games and everybody in the production crew making it all possible. Also, huge shout out to the casters on the desk. So my name is Contra. This is Cairo. And we are going to be signing off for tonight. But tomorrow, make sure you guys come right back here for more PUBG Mobile action in the PMRC. Good night.